Listen, none of them white feet. Get that out of here.
That's how you win Wheel of Fortune.
That's right. That's right. You gotta suck on that Zajax's toes.
And relax.
Oh my goodness. What a segue.
On that note.
On that note.
That's what I live for.
Gotta find the right time.
Great job, Ross.
I did not. I explicitly did not give you instruction to put your finger back on the live button. Thank you.
Oh, you did it.
Fingers slip,
But you
they
did it.
click, things happen.
Oh my god. That's funny shit.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Somebody save me from myself. How many people I got here? Minus a Brandon. I think it's 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? That's not right. 4,
8.
6,
Well,
7.
8.
Huh.
7. Not including you.
Yeah.
Eight.
Not
seven.
including myself. Ha!
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 total.
No, it's Tyler.
My God, I
Give me a heart attack.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh my God.
I can't even remember the last time I gave a recap.
I don't know the last time I gave. I think it was
always
like
me and
5
Ed.
months ago.
Bill.
Damn.
Hold on, I didn't even have my notes out. I was expecting this.
Fucking damn it.
Me?
I'm gonna die. Tonight is brought to you by unfiltered sake because when I ordered it on Whole Foods, I didn't think it was unfiltered.
You got a little pulp.
You know, I got more than a little pulp.
That's the Spody.
That's a
All right.
jar full of Spody.
looking a little milky.
Yeah,
here.
that's nothing sus.
Oh
Just
my
getting ready for
god.
Sunday.
Sunday in a cup. All right, so what I got here
Yeah.
is
I'm trying to make my jizz taste good for when I cock down your throat.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Rocket Wizards. That's a new
preparing.
card. It's
Demonetized.
Demonetized.
We got
We're
the
not
first couple months,
monetized at
okay.
all. We're beyond
We
monetized.
make no money.
Confirm, no
that's
money.
a really good. That's a really good Daniel Freeze. By the way.
Discovered.
That is a good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Peasants.
More regal than others. English, yeah.
Seems very Foz.
It does. He seems so regal.
Yeah.
I will save this for our records.
Mhm. So here's what I got. We meet up. Well, the two split teams meet up to form one whole party again in the garden area where there's the statues. One of which is the prince holding the head, right?
Mm-hmm. Or not the prince, a former king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go onward down the hall. We see a broken vault door ahead, but we do not go inside of it. It looks like it's been broken out from the inside, possibly.
Possibly.
We decide to go upstairs instead, and we find the throne room. And in it, there's the Major Domo guy and a Dragon Man.
Yeah.
There's a giant stained glass dragon image on the ceiling that's kind of projecting down onto the floor. So I say the Major Dickwad has powerful command spells. Combat time. When Sylvia and Trixie attack. Oh, I said the boy is like made of rubber,
The boy.
and he slips out from grapple.
Your rubber boy.
Yeah.
Great note.
River summons the ancestral dragon.
That's cool. No,
Oh yeah.
Bahamut.
that was a cool moment.
Bahamut's head appears momentarily. Major Ballsack is Cyric, whatever. I put great.
Fantastic.
Killed Dead 3,
Fantastic.
question mark? King
Say that one more
turns-
time because I think I talked over you a little bit.
King killed the dead 3, question mark? Something he said.
I'm sorry, what?
King turns into a fiery blast and flies across the screen and does damage to everyone multiple times.
Yeah.
Cyric is an illusion, question mark? We found a back door.
Hmm.
Scud kills the king, and armors collapse. The real king is in a bed in the back, dead, question mark? He's covered in rune markings. Merkel among those runes. Cyric illusion turns into Black Skullboy that we fought in Hinterwood. in the bride's prison. The real Cyric shows himself and escapes. After giving some speech, we don't know if he escaped or not. I guess I kind of just.
We're sort of in the middle. We're sort of in the middle of it. But yeah, he's still there.
That's all I got.
Very good. In essence, correct. Give yourself inspiration. Because last time was mostly combat heavy. Not too much came out, but the important bits being that Cyric claims to have taken over the portfolios of the Dead Three, and finding the king in his bedchambers covered in the runic markings. So let's start there. Samaville, you've reduced in size, and find yourself over the withered corpse, withered corpse-like body of the king. I believe I had you roll a medicine, and it wasn't immediately clear to you if the king was still alive or dead. So you called for Bud.
Yep.
So, Bud,
Aye, aye.
you are met with this somewhat grisly sight of the king laid, hands crossed over his chest, eyes wide open, staring into the canopy above. What would you like to do?
Well, let's start with two logical things here. Let's first maybe try
Check his
an
pockets.
arcana. What'd you say?
Check his pockets.
Logically.
He's not gonna need those. Does he have any rings on? Any jewelry? Things to be pilfered and plundered?
Any magic items?
Let's loot his house first.
I open his mouth and start searching for gold teeth.
I built the treasury kind of like as a lark, and then I realized, what if they rob the king? Is that going to be problematic? Like, I've already made the map, and I don't want to remove this cool room, so I'm just going to leave it.
Well, let's start with an arcana check. See if he's being cursed or anything is keeping him into like a weird slumber or something.
Okay, well, go ahead and roll, but I think it's safe to say that he has been in some way cursed. Fair assumption.
You know, let's just be absolutely sure.
Give it a look. Yeah.
Just go with it.
Eh.
With an 11 Arcana, I mean, he's clearly been like
He's
his
not
flesh.
cursed.
Well, he's not cursed. I'll tell you that.
Well,
I've got 5 shekels. How about that? That's all I got for you. No, it's clear that whoever has done this has carved the runes directly into his flesh.
lovely.
Binding the magic to him directly. You imagine there's some sort of curse-like element to it, but you'd have to investigate a little further to kind of glean the nature of it.
Okay.
What are the questions you have?
Does he look? Aside from that, is there anything else? I don't know if that Arcana check would. Is there something in the room even that's maybe physically holding him to this in this state, or is it just mostly the runes? Is what
I would say for you, Samaville, you've done a once over of the room, and with your prior investigation, nothing holds him to the bed, shackled in any way or chained. He appears in this still state as he did in life.
Okay.
He's dressed in fine robes. His fingers are adorned richly. The crown of Huiltir rests upon his head even still. Yet he lies catatonic and staring at the ceiling.
Okay. Well, I will let out a short prayer, and in doing so, I will cast Remove Curse.
Okay.
Twice.
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 Or object end if the object is a curse magic. Okay. Your efforts are, as you say that little prayer and feel the divinity course down into your fingertips. As your hand approaches, you can see almost like a black miasma over the king's body sizzle and crackle with flame as your fingers approach.
He won Wheel of Fortune.
Almost as though it's trying to rebuff your magic. The remove curse spell, however, finds no purchase on any such curses.
Interesting.
It's not immediately clear to you if that miasma blocked your spell or if there was just no curse to grab on.
Hmm.
Go ahead and roll a religion check, if you will.
Yeah,
Can I
absolutely.
assist with this?
Yeah, of course.
We both know God.
I'm gonna make sure you see God.
I don't know.
That was close. With a 17 and a 14, there's clearly some sort of other being holding interference over this. As your fingers approach, you can see the skull-like mask of death that Cyric's symbol was before, that you've seen flash in images over your head. For you, Semiville, you have a more physical attunement to your deity and your deific worship. You can see the magic wash over the king. You're convinced that it at least tried to grab onto something, but there was nothing remove. For you, Bud, it's clearly some sort of influence from Cyric himself that holds the king in this state.
Would I almost, with that 17, almost think it's maybe more of like a charmed effect rather than a curse? Rules wise,
without an identify spell or of some sort of like magical detection, that you wouldn't even be able to guess as to the type of magic so far with the investigation you've made.
well, then I will take it up a notch significantly to try and really flesh this out. Well, it can't be saved. Bam!
I've done everything I can.
I will go ahead and cast Greater Restoration at 5th level.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Nice.
And the magic on this guy.
Yeah,
You've been holding out on us.
got me monologuing.
You sly dog.
My dog. Yo, Frozen.
It's reminiscent
Magnum.
of.
Magnum.
It's reminiscent of
Zoolander?
when you were casting Speak with Dead in the dining hall before those corpses came to life. And their heads began screaming. It's not an effect that's debilitating him that you can cure. He's not paralyzed in any way, but you can feel like as you attempt a second time with your magic, there's something almost like in response to it that is
Celery barbs.
active. That's activated. You don't know Silvery Barb. Shut up. I know you don't, fucking man. Get out of here.
Silvery bish.
Barbed penis.
Counterspell this.
Yeah. Is that a second level spell?
A 5th level cat dick.
Oh, shit.
Coming at you.
The king,
Um,
you say.
How did you say?
Meow.
Some borderline joke about consent. Anyway, the runes across his body begin to glow in response to your magic. The king takes in a deep, shuddering breath, almost like a the opposite of a death rattle, like he's coming back to life momentarily. Eyes looking wildly around before he catches one glimpse of you, and his eyes glass over again, and he returns to his previous state.
Damn it.
Now that is pod racing. But yeah, the runes have now filled with some sort of magic, and emanate a dull blue ghostly glow.
Man.
Mhm.
Samuel, you want to use your hands?
Yes, my lay on hands.
Yeah, lay on those hands.
Yeah.
Do either
Oh,
of you?
is this? I'll put a potion of healing into him.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Bingo.
He
You
drowns.
can't swallow.
Yeah.
Waterboarding you with the
as you pour it into his mouth, his body does not respond to it. Even massaging his throat a little bit to like potion down his throat doesn't seem to have any sort of effect. Do either of you speak Draconic out of curiosity?
That's a good question. Sec.
Negative.
I do actually. Interesting.
You do?
Mm.
Okay. As you get a closer look at some of these runes on him, they appear to be in some sort of Draconic adjacent script. Neither of you being particularly proficient in Arcana in that way, it appears to be some old form of Draconic. Is your only guess.
It's draconic, I think.
There's some old, or there's some phrases that jump out at you, or that look similar to other Draconic writings that you're familiar with, but their overall meaning is unknown to you. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me. With a 13, the best I can say is that the only words that jump out at you are bind and control.
One king, two rules.
You have to cast the king back in the fires of Mount Doom where he was made.
Also cat.
That one says bind. This one says control.
But yeah, the greater context is lost on you.
I don't know the context.
Meanwhile, outside the chamber, the rest of you have begun managing yourselves and healing. Sirik is still standing there, watching right next to you, Wolken, kind of observing the paladin in the chair, the Hinterwood paladin in the chair.
Who is lifeless?
Sirik did drive a dagger into his chest at last notion. I don't blame you all for not remembering that. It was 2 a.m. at the time, but and James was stony baloney.
Yeah.
So he says, "Well, that loose end wrapped up. I suppose I should be getting on with. He served his purpose, and so have you."
Does that sound like a threat? Like an actionable thing that is about to happen?
Not particularly.
okay.
You can roll an insight check, because you feel that he's quite dangerous still.
Yeah, it
Given
sounded like he
everything you've
was
seen.
continuing to wrap up loose ends. It might have been referring to me as such.
With a 14, you can just see you sense the slight hint of amusement, and he says, "Trust me, friend. Loose ends are what breed chaos. You're better. You're more valuable to me alive. Look at the chaos you've sown here. It's brilliant, honestly."
You did this.
Well, I did some of it. certainly orchestrated some of it. Thanks for noticing. But you are your own brand of chaos, and I admire your work, as meddlesome as it is. It seems this plot has run its course. Not really one for words, are you? Well, off I go then. Ta-ta for now. Enjoy the chaos to come. Hope it all goes well for you. And if not, that was probably my fault too. He just kind of like gives this jaunty little, as he's just like, very
Little
proud of
dancing
himself.
place.
Yeah.
So
Well-
okay, do we remember? Sorry, because it was 2 a.m. in the morning last time.
Sure.
What is this guy? Do we know this guy's connection to the Paladins of Lathander? Or, like, to the-
Well, I wasn't there for that session, but didn't Merkul or
Well,
something?
if you don't
Lathander?
remember, you could ask him.
River will just say something like, "So were you using the Paladins of Lathander to your own gain?"
My own gain, my continued strife, all under the guise of being somebody else.
Huh.
There's nothing I love more than corrupting a good, noble paladin to a heinous act. But Thunder and I even look a bit alike, don't we? And he goes, wow, like this, and his face changes into like a sudden like blinding light. But his is a dark sun instead of a bright one. It's like, see, we both have suns in our names. But one is dead and I am not.
Oh boy, Samaville is there.
Laville is in another room. I'd love to say I orchestrated his death, but I certainly did sow enough chaos in his church that the cultist bringing about his demise was more than I could have ever or hoped. I was perfectly content impersonating him for a time. Although the prayers were quite droll. All sunshine this and hope that. Everyone's got a hard-on for the dawn.
Indeed. Well, you were leaving, I think.
Right you are. Right you are. But ta-ta for now. And he literally just goes, like, he doesn't do any sort of dramatic exit, skipping down the hall in Zoom's direction.
Zoom just like gives him like, should we deal with him now, or
He
I'm a
stops
little-
right in front of you, parts your curtain of hair, and says, "You couldn't if you tried." And he just kind of slips up and over you like a snake. He just kind of like slinkies over you and continues on.
Zoom
This
just does like
guy's
a little
weird.
Ugh.
Because he's still rubbery? Is that why he slinkies off?
A little bit. It's just more aesthetic than anything else.
Okay.
It's not like he's made of rubber all the time. It's just something that like an effect
so
he has.
whimsical.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit of whimsy. As he steps down the stairs, you hear, "Here, boys," and you just hear panting and a bunch of feet following him as he descends and rounds the corner. But because you guys are on an elevated position, you don't quite see what they are.
Did it sound like two-legged people or four-legged people?
People.
I don't like people with
Roll.
legs.
Roll a survival check.
Four-legged people.
Depends. Do you count arms as legs?
Fuck me.
Oh.
It was very
Like
clear to you.
people.
It was very clear to you that they all march single file to hide their number.
They're ants.
Zoom's closer. He'd like
A
to
centipede.
Go ahead.
It's only one being.
Oof.
Oh god.
It's clear to
Two
you,
ones.
Zoom, that they go double filed to make their number seem greater.
Ah,
Yeah, just because I want to see. I want to get in on this.
We can take him.
Roll a disadvantage
Better.
because you're further away. Oh wait, I had Vulcan do it from
Oh.
away. So with a 23, you can hear roughly about what you would surmise to be either 6 4-legged creatures or 12 2-legged creatures.
Or
I'm scurrying from the direction of the treasury.
One of them has a limp.
or 3 8-legged creatures.
But this one's been hit by a car, so it has 2 legs and 1 arm. What does that mean?
Oh.
What if all the
Ooh.
individuals have different numbers of legs? Anyway,
Hmm.
Who's to
It's
say?
1 3-legged person and 2 1-legged.
alright, sounds like we got 6 or 12 incoming.
Leaving,
leaving.
outgoing.
Yeah,
Okay.
they do
Outgoing,
not
sir.
sound like they're
Going.
coming-
Oh, sorry.
It does not sound like they're coming up the stairs. They're just following their master into what great unknowns you have no idea.
Oh, okay. Where are the stairs? Oh,
The
like
ones
the-
you-
Directly east of us, yeah.
oh, there's. Oh,
Leaving the room.
Remember when you guys were entering the throne room, it was at an elevated position. You had to climb a series of steps to even get
okay.
into the
Hmm.
throne.
I thought it was
um,
like 1 step up. Sorry.
I would not have made I would not have made
Like,
such a big deal over
There's
one
one
step.
step. Sorry.
I would not have narratively made such a big deal over one step. Or would I?
There's like,
The
well,
bridge
now that
step.
that guy's gone, we have to secure the rest of the castle, see if it's... I mean, it sounds like he's heading out.
Not before we get patched up for a bit, and I'll cast Healing Spirit for anybody that would like to get a little bit of a little tippy top.
Maybe let's
Of
get everyone in on
course.
this before we begin that. I'm feeling fine, so I will go off to
Oh,
see
yeah.
what happens.
Yeah,
How
Oh.
long does your summon last?
a minute.
It is assuredly gone at this
Uh,
point.
Oh, which
Oh,
which
I'm
one?
sorry, not the healing spirit, the
Oh,
dragon.
the,
draconic spirit.
oh, the Draconic Spirit. I don't know.
Draconic Spirit, that lasts an hour, I believe. Let me
Okay.
look it up. Yeah, da. Summon Draconic Spirit. Yeah, concentration up to 1 hour. So it's still around for now.
All right.
I'll run up to Sylvia.
Bud lost concentration on. Yeah, no, okay. No, wait, he's.
Bloodlust.
But dad less. I think I use all my healing or my lay on hands on Bud, so I'm out of that.
I still got a good amount of heals here, so let's just
Yeah,
figure
I
out
still
the
have
killing
35.
Healing
thing.
spirit came out first, so let's start with that. For whom and how much?
For the Healing Spirit.
Yes.
So how are we? So the way it works is it's a D6 per round for a minute. So did you want me to just
Right.
roll 96 more then?
I would. And I suppose it's just whoever's gathered around in this immediate area
Yeah.
pass through it. So that would include you, Vulcan, if you wish it. Otherwise, you can continue the investigations you're doing, Zoom, and etc.
Oh, yeah, Zoom could use it.
Yeah.
I just got back, but is it a healing circle happening?
Yeah, Healing Circle.
yeah.
Well, if it goes that
Healing
far, then
on
I
the
didn't.
line, yeah.
I didn't move.
Um,
Yep, dun, 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 dun. I'm assuming Trixie does it too.
Yeah, sure. Trixie
So-
can definitely do it.
30
so
total.
total of 30.
Ah, that's
30?
better than-
Yeah.
Each?
That's better than 8.
For anybody that's consenting to kisses from a little Fey mouse.
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, I guess this is exactly what I should have
I guess
expected,
it is what
but
the-
here we are. Are they holding drums? No, they're holding. What are they holding?
I don't
They're
think
not.
they're
Oh,
holding anything.
I don't want to stare too long. I think they're like, yeah. Anyway,
Enough.
whatever. Okay, 30 points to everyone except for River, Samaville, and Bud.
Cause die? Oh, there you go.
Indeed.
I'll give. Oh no, I can't give it to Trixie. Oh,
What are
Trixie
the
has
rest of you
69
doing in this
HP.
room? 69.
Um,
I would like to shout out of the room, or at least like come to the door. Hey, Scud. I might have some of your needs. If you can read Draconic, I'm assuming you can. Would you come in here?
Well, of course I can. I am a dragonborn.
And I go back in the room.
That's something you learn in dragon school.
What are the rest of you doing in this
Like a nerd.
the throne room before we move along? Is anybody doing anything else, or can focus on healing for now?
I would like to take a look at just whatever remnants of the king are left.
Certainly.
King, as well as the throne, just like that whole area.
Go ahead and roll
We'll
an
start with the king
investigation check.
first.
Okay, sounds good.
Before I move, I would lay on hands, cause.
Oh. For how much?
Master Cause, you look like you are hurting. Please, heal yourself.
Please heal yourself.
Use
I
your
have-
own damn lay
I'll
on
give it all.
hand.
I'm sacrificial. I'll
Give
so
it
35 is what I have. 35.
Nice.
Oh, Scud be simping.
I'm
Damn.
back over full. Or back over half, rather.
Yeah.
Did you tell him that
Be
Scud
well,
was
sir.
simping? How's Daddy Wolken doing?
He's fine. Okay.
I never
My
said I
services
wasn't.
you see Cost give no physical sort of affirmation, but like he stands a little taller, a little straighter, just gives you a nod. So Scott, as you approach Sylvia with a 25 investigation, you can see the form of this dragon. It's got something of a etherealness to it that you didn't quite see before in the heat of the moment, in a 18-second combat, where that all popped off, timey-wimey stuff, and then it almost looks like a shell container with like a smoke running through it, if that makes sense. The armor is quite real, and his sword also, but it lays there lifeless,
How about this, right?
and unmoving. I'm talking about this.
That guy. Got it.
Yeah. He seems like a spirit given flesh, or like contained by the barest amount of flesh.
So I can presume then it's not something I've seen before. This is very new.
I can
unnatural,
safely say
probably.
you've never come across something like
Okay.
that.
Okay. I'll relay to everybody that this is unlike anything I've ever seen. And procure whatever, if I can take the armors or weapons, I'll take them, but
Sure.
mostly so that they can be they could potentially be used towards a more useful cause. And I'll gesture that to the more heavier wielding members of the party if it would interest them.
Let me find.
Excuse you.
So just as a reminder, this is the king with his sword of lightning and his armor.
Not
He's
anymore.
not lightning.
Now he's a desiccated coma patient.
Oh,
A fair note. The king himself, this entity, the Dragon King, has not like withered away or disappeared. He seems completely separate from the king themselves. Whatever that infers, you're unclear.
Is anybody looking at him?
yeah, I was
Oh,
the
okay.
king, or you mean this king,
dragon?
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon.
Yeah,
Dragon.
it is me. I am right next to it.
All right, then
Investigating
I'm
it.
Dagron.
investigating where the armors came from.
All right. Okay, so you gather his effects, and we move along. You're just investigating the armor, you said?
Like for the where the armors came from.
Sure.
Like, is there any sort of like mechanical thing, or
Oh,
is it just sort of
go ahead and
where cursed armor came
go ahead and
from?
roll an investigation check.
It's right next to. Okay, there it is. Boop. That's a 9.
With a 9, it appears that the armor was just stationed there. Your best guess was that it responded to the king's commands, but otherwise would have just been here. You find no additional like triggering mechanisms or plates that they stood on or anything like that. So,
Alrighty.
all right. We'll move back inside. Scott, go ahead and move yourself into the room where River has joined as well. Go ahead and roll an investigation check to read the runes upon the king's body.
Alrighty, let's see. Dang, it is +0. Damn. Well, 15.
15. Well, a 15 is better than Samaville's, so you further gather from this script, this sort of writing, this draconic writing, you recognize as being a little more affixed to the arcane. There were, over the years, language has dragons know differently than any common tongue. So the most ancient versions tend to be used by wizards and things like that. Most modern magics steeping or tracing their origin back into some sort of draconic origin. So you've come across a few things in your time. So we've already got bind, control. You see something, a rune for subjugate, awaken, rage, and fury. But you can additionally add that these runes seem to stem from those more ancient runic patterns and could be magical in themselves. These could be runes of control, like magical runes of control, rather than just script scrawled upon the king's body.
Oh, I see. Would I roll like Arcana, or would I like assume like this is what's holding the king here?
You could roll an Arcana to see if these are the runes of power that are holding the king.
Okay.
Not really your area of expertise.
Turns out it's some other runes inscripted on some other body that are on it.
It's that graffiti on the wall that says
Poo poo pee pee.
fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stinky.
True curse, no longer able to pee or poop.
That would be a curse.
Or always being cursed.
Oh, that's
That's a curse. That's an affliction you're
Either way.
currently suffering.
No pee pee, no pee pee.
Just poo poo.
Poo poo.
I cast no pee pee.
It's like if you were in a set of magical armor that sealed in all the juices.
I know, right?
God.
Baron.
Weird. That's weird.
Oh no! Josh would know nothing about that.
I know nothing of these things.
That is certainly not a cursed armor I've given out before.
Similar character, he had to appease his god before he got his cursed item away. Josh always gets cursed items.
Well,
Josh just can't say no.
I
Man,
can't say
a
no.
cursed item.
Literally
Move
giving
on
you
as a
all the
cursed item.
literally giving you all the indications. You probably shouldn't touch this. He touches it anyway. I'm like, what?
Oh, God. Drago.
Can't dangle a shiny fancy thing in front of me.
Who's
I'll
playing
take it.
who? Okay. So the nature of these runes still unclear to you all. River,
It cut out after you said my name.
What did you want to do in here?
River's just like looking over it. He'll like say, "Did you say that one of those runes said awaken?"
Yes,
Awaken.
that was one of them.
Just thinking that.
Oh, yeah, there is in there.
Which one was it? Can you point it out to me?
Oh, of course, it is that one.
Ah, yes, right over his left nipple. I pushed that one.
Right, exactly.
Huh. You just press it?
Yeah.
Boop. Right on his left nipple. Got it.
I love this that gag.
There's a
That's really
button
funny. Oh, the answer is very clear to me. You just have to boop. Has anyone tried unplugging him and plugging him back in? Guys, clearly the king has just gone into sleep mode.
The bed jumper cable goes on the right nipple.
Yeah.
You touch so like his situation is that he's wearing like really nice robe, but it's like open at the chest, and that's how you're able
Yeah,
to.
his left nipple is exposed.
Yeah, and his left nipple is perfectly exposed, and the rune is carved directly onto the nip.
Great.
But
idea.
as you touch it, his skin is soft, pliable, slightly warm to the touch. But the rune, as on contact, does nothing.
Okay. Interesting.
Good try though. I got a laugh out of that.
I want to try to hack the runes.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
I'll cast. Let's see. We could try a combo of Dispel Magic and the other one we tried earlier, Remove Curse. Because there was something like you said, like there was something like resisting it. What if I try and dispel that, and then Bud, you can try once it more remove the curse. Bud is gone. Where'd you go?
Bud leave, sir.
I don't know if you heard me.
Are you going to actually dispel magic, or are you talking about?
Well, I'm hoping to do it kind of at the same time.
In
'Cause I want to
tandem.
like dispel and like immediately after do it. So I'll be like, Bud, do you want to try something with me?
With you? I would love to.
Excellent.
No!
And I'll cast. Basically, the idea is I want to cast Dispel Magic as you're casting Remove Curse to see if I can dispel. Like once the effect starts, the thing that was repelling you. Once I see that, I'm going to try and repel it or dispel it, so that your Remove Curse potentially goes through.
Okay, so you want me to try Remove Curse again?
Yeah.
Okay. And I cast it.
All right.
I'll cast Dispel.
Are you centering over a particular area, or just over the king in general?
That's a loaded question. I don't know. Scud, which one? Can you point out the names of which one of these runes? No, you know what? I'll do it on his mind. I'll do it on his head.
Ooh.
Good choice.
All right.
I've been playing D&D for a little while.
My mind is terrible.
All right. Chill out.
Take the crown off.
Okay. I will say this. So I gave you several runes. You guys are funny.
I wrote them.
You did indeed. I wrote bind, control.
Subjugate.
What were the other ones? Awaken. No, yeah. Subjugate came third.
Mm-hmm.
Awaken,
Awaken, Rage, Fury.
Rage, and Fury.
6.
Sex.
Sace.
Okay. To to give you some clarity, if you point at his head, the rune at his head is subjugate.
So that's a pretty good one to try
That's a
and dispel.
pretty good bet. Let's try that.
So you're trying to subjugate.
Yes.
Hack. We're trying to hack.
Nice.
All right. As you dispel the magic, you feel a flash of that blue energy go, and you see several things. As you do so, all the other, so the magic in this one rune alights, then snuffs out. The rest of them glow even brighter, and then start taking on a reddish tinge as they appear to deepen and start digging their way into his skin. As you, Bud, as you cast Remove Curse, you can even see that the magic of the Subjugate is embedding itself into his head, and as you remove Curse, you see the progress stop. However, there isn't enough time to watch the rest of them enter his skin, smooth over, and vanish into his body.
Okay.
Okay.
Did that just
Yeah.
spell
Well, that's interesting.
doom?
Well, did it work?
The subjugation rune still lies on his head, and is bleeding freely. As your remove curse halting its progress, but not stopping the damage it had done, trying to burrow its way into his body.
Let's see, what else can I do? If I look into does it actually like create wounds on him when it digs in, when the runes like dig into him?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Is it something that like the runes digging into his flesh, like do they cause wounds?
It does. It did appear to cause wounds. Before, like, so he's now like sitting in a pool of blood. As the wounds seem to open and then smooth over. Like the wounds opened, bled, smoothed back over as though healing themselves, and the runes themselves disappeared, burrowing themselves inside. He doesn't gasp, move, or react in pain at all, but he still bleeds freely.
I'll cast a Cure Wounds on him.
Sealing the wound on his forehead, but there's now like a permanent scar there.
Whoops.
They say,
Well, you ponder that. Vulcan. I'll say everyone in the throne room can roll a perception check.
Hey.
Aw. Wait, yeah. Did I?
And then
All right.
Scan.
Your plus is my roll.
Your plus is my roll.
Oh.
Oh.
Ditto.
Overall, pretty mediocre rolls, but for Sylvia, you hear you hear something crash further into the castle. Unclear what it is, but it sounds like you hear the faint rattle of chain, an enormous bang, and then all goes still again.
By further into the castle, is it like towards here or like towards like there?
I would
east
say
or west?
I would say from where you're standing, so out of the throne room, it just sounds like somewhere deeper into the castle from where you went. If that makes sense.
Let's see, I don't know what deeper into the castle is, so
Further out of the castle. How about that? Is that a better?
further
Poop
out of the
pit?
castle. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
The poop.
you
room?
are deep into the castle right now. Further out is where the sound is coming from.
Mhm.
Okay. So given that, my elven ears will perk up, and I'll just I'll rush out to where I could try to pinpoint where that sound might be coming from. But is there like windows back where we were, when we had like skulked in, like down the steps? And
Yes. So if you place yourself out into that hallway,
yeah.
I don't really have a good way of reflecting this change, but as you step out, you can see a window here,
Mhm.
and the inky night that pervades this place is slowly giving way to bright light. The rain from previous that was nowhere in sight resumes once more. Suddenly, like it's almost like noise assaulting your senses as rain returns. Whatever magic was holding this place in eternal night seems to be lifting, but clearly not the source of the bang. As you look out, you can see a myriad of trees and various other things. You know that the hill, on a hillock with lots of trees around it, so it's unclear if the source of the sound is out there.
Hmm. So it's unclear, but it's definitely not in the castle. So, given that information, I'll come back to everybody, and report back what I had seen so far, and just in as many words, just mention we may have company.
Wolf, Vulcan, what are you guys doing in the meantime?
I wouldn't mind checking out this cool dragon skull, unless it's
Certainly.
just decorative.
Go ahead and roll. In what way are you looking to investigate it? Are you looking for
There-
details, origin? Um,
Use it in a sentence.
Hmm?
I'm just kidding.
vital
You-
signs.
Oh, the spelling bee. got
Use
it.
the dragon
Okay.
skull in a sentence.
Yep. So kind of, I guess identify it, but also is there like any sort of like secret hidden passage or anything in the mouth? Any like secret buttons or something?
Go ahead and roll.
It looks like it could hide
Hmm.
something special.
Certainly could. Roll a perception check.
Oh, Brady. Boop.
God damn it.
Ooh,
Oh boy.
Wow.
that's what I like to hear.
These are those moments where like, no, there wasn't anything, but now you feel like you have to put something. um, as you investigate the skull, it's massive.
Mhm.
True to scale on this map, this thing could easily fit, I don't know, like dozens of you into its mouth comfortably, and consume you all whole. You could even imagine. It rests slightly off to a tilt, and you can easily step inside its jaws. It looks as though like it's maintained in some way, as though it's with a reverential
Okay.
carefulness. Given the royal family's connection to dragons, and you imagine that this was placed here in some sort of place of honor or purely aesthetic. That you can, from what you can tell, the ground around it seems undisturbed, as though it was placed on this plinth and it's never moved. Not a scratch underneath it, barely a chip on it. Whatever natural cracks and things have formed on it, just seem to have solidified into the just steely like bone. but the marble beneath it is not pliable. Seems to disguise no passages or buttons of any kind, and the skull is hollow.
All right.
But with that 20 perception, I would even go so far to say as your musings are disturbed by you hear from very far off, and you're not entirely sure how where it's coming from. You kind of have an idea where it's coming from, but it's south. You hear voices, like the whisper of voices.
Like through the walls?
Essentially, whatever noise they're making is reverse faint. It's not like truly whispers. It's like someone's making a lot of noise, and you're just catching like the like it's changing the literal atmosphere. And you just feel a faint buzzing vibration, like your bugs are disturbed as they sense the difference.
So is it like when you say coming from the south, is it coming like
through the
this
walls
way,
down,
or
like,
is
right.
it like this to where
cardinally south? Like they're
okay.
Think of the compass rose. It's literally coming from below you south.
But like
you imagine there's some sort of either
walls.
vents or windows somewhere high up. Maybe the shattered stained glass is letting noise in where prior it wasn't any. And after Sylvia updates you guys, you can now see that the hear and see pitter patter of rain coming through the shattered glass window. No longer is there a starry night up above. It is given way to the steely gray weather that you were experiencing.
Wait, just like, do I have one of those? I think I do. Nope, never mind.
Do we have a means to get higher?
I was gonna say, hey, I load my
420
grappling
was
hook
2
into
days
my
ago.
crossbow. But that's a different campaign. than I'm
It's
on.
422.
Ah. Part 2.
Wait.
Marijuana boogaloo.
How about, sorry, so you have a grappling hook, he said?
No, I thought I did, but it turns out I bought one in Frost Maiden and not this campaign. I would actually be useful.
Damn it.
Well,
All blending together.
Your grapple hook shall not avail you.
Note to self: downtime activity after this.
I'm getting a grapple hook. I got one
there you
once
go, there you
now.
go.
Do for
I
some
don't
good
have
elvish rope.
Though I can invoke my bees and fly up there myself,
You can.
and I do have
Totally, yes.
flight,
Yes,
so I
you
can hammer something into the roof and drop a rope down.
Yeah, I'd like to help if in any way. I just don't have a means for flight. But you and I, tag team,
All right. So
All right.
I'll
let's go.
yeah, if there's enough hole in the stained glass window, I'll try to go
Yeah, we
through
could
that.
always-
But
Make it a little bigger.
Big hole.
Big
Yeah.
but essentially get to the top and then try to find like an anchor point to secure a rope or something. Like if there's like a chimney or a pipe, wrap it around and then.
Roll a survival check for me then.
And I will be expending. Classic roll for nuts. I love it.
You're pretty confident it's as tight as you can. It's one of your knots. Yep. It's not going anywhere.
Hmm.
Not going anywhere.
And also, as I kind of crest the roof of the building, I want to like look around, see if there's like either any other ways to get inside, like from the roof, like kind of Assassin's Creed style.
Sure.
Or,
so
if there's like anybody on the roof keeping watch, stuff like that.
doing a quick tactical assessment, you're surprised by the lack of people up here. However, it seems as though like this is like the only obvious entry point into the castle itself from the roof.
Okay.
Does
it look like there's at least a way to get to the courtyard from here? That with all those statues?
Sure, you can climb the rooftops and eventually drop down into the garden if you wish.
No, more just if there is a way.
There's no inherently built-in way from your quick survey.
Well, I guess my question was the courtyard down here open? Like, could you?
Yes, it was.
Go and just jump down. Okay. I'm not trying to do that. I just wanted to know if that is a possibility.
Yes, it is a possibility. Okay. I will additionally say that when Sylvia, when you attempt to retrieve the sword easily, armor, however, does not detach away from the shade body of the dragon. It seems almost attached, or whatever is inside it is encased within the armor.
Okay.
And doesn't seem to want to budge.
Sorry, you cut out. So then you said the armor was stuck. The sword I'm able to take.
Sword you can take.
Okay, got it. Okay. The sword seemed to have magical properties to it, like the picture entails.
Well, given that it was arcing with lightning when it was slashing you guys to bits, you imagine so.
Yeah. I didn't know if it like just went dormant after the creature died. So I was like, ooh.
Correct.
You got to put in a couple more D batteries to.
Little tokens,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, the big boys.
Sword is taken. All right, I'll take that. But yeah, I'd like to join Wolf up there.
Are you climbing the rope?
Yeah, I'm gonna climb the rope.
Go and roll an athletics check with advantage.
Athletics +0 with advantage.
Not
Just roll it twice.
Hey.
bad.
There you
15.
go.
Plenty. You climb the rope successfully. Takes a bit of doing. It's a rather tall roof. It's borderline. Do you have more than one length of rope, Wolf?
Inventory. Hold please.
If you don't, I have 50 more feet. So
Yeah,
I
I
have
can.
50 feet of rope.
Okay, we can very easily retcon and say because it takes both lengths to even drop a rope long enough down to the bottom.
Okay.
damn.
Um,
Tied them together.
Yeah, quite chapel-like. But you eventually, do your best gym class and get to the top of the rope without issue.
Note to self: grappling hook and rope.
Wolfkin, was there anything you wanted to do?
I think so. I'll need you to refresh me, like visually, what am I seeing sitting on the throne chair right now?
So what you're seeing is a man dressed in leathers and a dark cape, wearing a mask, a golden mask, in the style of the Hinterwood masks. But his is fashioned into that of a skull, and has little filigree designs of like sun rays moving back across to the back of its head. If that makes sense. So there's an artistic representation of a sunburst around.
Okay.
Which you could surmise is an artistic representation of Cyrix symbol, the skull over a black sun.
Does it seem like the mask was altered to be like that? Like originally, it might have been more classic.
Roll an investigation check.
Investigation.
And I would say you can roll with advantage because I recall back in Hinterwood you examined one very closely
Oh, I did.
for make and artistry. So with a 16, this one seems to have been fashioned this way on purpose.
Okay.
It
was
very
swapped.
clearly. What was that?
Like his mask was likely swapped.
Yes.
this,
If he was wearing a mask previously, this
Mhm.
one replaced it. What strikes you as somewhat strikes you as different, maybe not odd, is that the golden masks of Hinterwood had latches on them. The prisoner masks, the blank iron masks, had no latches. They were forced on, and they were permanent. This one has more of a permanent affect to it, though it remains gold. Even if he did want to remove it, he wouldn't be able to.
I mean, not without
Significant effort
yeah.
while cracking your egg.
Yeah. A little messy.
It would have
Burying
taken
him
some.
in the iron mask style.
It would have taken some effort. It's unclear to you if this was intentional and a choice of devotion or some mark of penance. It's unclear. But he's
Got it.
unmistakably the figure that attacked you in Hinterwood when you.
I'm sorry, I think you cut out the very last part.
When you
God damn it.
what?
Yeah, when you.
It's
we lost you.
unmistakable that he's the one that confronted you in Hinterwood when you were when you located the bride of Lathander. Given that you were there and you remember him, he poses quite a striking image.
And did Cyric leave a knife in him?
He did.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna investigate that as well.
All right, by all means, roll an investigation check.
I'm looking at something I think we would consider minute, which my eyes of minute seeing should give me advantage as well.
Sure, I'll allow it. Okay, give me 1 second.
17.
It says made in China.
Made by you.
Oh.
What's a twist?
This dagger appears has a, how do I describe it? It's like a Chris with a K. It's one of those wavy blades that would at first appear quite ornamental, but the way it drives into flesh is one made for pain, and certainly not an easy weapon to wield. Without certainly not easy to wield proficiency without the additional training or expertise required to wield something like this. It's got its pommel is it looks like an anatomical heart that has had a lightning bolt struck through it. It is, the best you can guess, a broken heart. But rather than being like a artist rendition of like happy heart, it's like a beating heart, literally broken in twain. In its center lies a silver or a slivered ruby, which spins in between those two pieces. The dagger itself runs a ruby-like, almost blood red coloration along its blade edge, which you assume is not which is like both sides. With its what do you call the middle of a sword? It's not twain. It's the tang.
Yeah, that's like the part that goes into the handle. Is that what you're referring to?
No. Anyway, the spine of the dagger remains a single non-red color. Go ahead and roll a Smith's Tools check with advantage.
Smith's Tools.
Or sell me on some sort of check on how you would use your smithing knowledge to identify this thing.
Yeah. I do want to understand, or try to at least, like the composition. Does it seem like an exotic metal? Is like a god touched?
Essentially, what I'm driving at. Yeah.
Yeah. Would that be? I'm trying to imagine what skill like makes the most sense for that beyond just like investigation again.
How about this? You can roll an intelligence check, add your proficiency, and I would even say you could have advantage on this one.
I dig it.
Oh shit!
With proficiency brings it to 11.
Not a very difficult check. It appears to be something related to adamantine.
Ooh.
What strikes you as strange, though, is the coloration, the red coloration along the side,
On the edges. Yeah.
You know enough about adamantine, not necessarily having worked on it yourself, but you know enough about it that to change its properties, even in coloration, is quite difficult. So it's unclear to you what that means or how it was done. Do you try to lift the blade from the corpse?
What I will first do is remove the corpse from the throne, kind of unceremoniously, kind of drag it off. I don't know if there are stairs or anything, but
Roll a
I'm
strength
essentially
check.
just ripping him off.
Roll a strength check. Because he's affixed to the throne.
Ooh.
Oh.
Strong.
As you try to
It
lift
just looks
him,
like I'm gripping his shoulder very tightly.
yeah, as you you lean in and you just give him a nice hug. It's strange, or well, it's strange at first, where you're like, fuck, like, does he weigh a ton? Like, he seems pretty lithe and thin. It's a little odd that he would even be weigh this much. You realize the dagger has affixed itself to the throne behind him. It is impossibly sharp and has passed straight through him, despite leaving a decent length of blade still remaining. It's almost like the length of a short sword, but still having the affect of a dagger.
Do I see? Are you saying I see it poking through from the other side of the chair?
Yeah, if you look
around.
him forward,
Yeah.
he slips forward on the blade almost easily, like too easily. He just kind of like forward onto it, and you can very clearly see the dagger embedded in the back.
Can I pull him again? I'm doing this rather crudely. Can I pull him forwards through the dagger, leaving it embedded in the throne for the time being?
Sure. Roll a strength
I'm
check.
finishing the impale.
Ooh. Spicy.
Yeah.
Very good.
Even stronger.
Removing an arrow.
It takes very little effort, and it's unclear to you at first if it's the sharpness of the blade or your own strength doing it. But as you pull him,
Definitely me.
as you pull him forward, and his blood slakes the blade, you watch the blood that he's leaving behind. It essentially doesn't even stick to the blade. It falls like right off the blade, and as you're pulling him forward, you watch the jagged edges of the broken heart are also as sharp as the dagger.
So the jagged edges of the
broken heart in the palm.
Oh shit.
What you would presume to be the hand guard, which is supposed to protect your hand from cuts, looks like it would also cut quite deeply.
But the body's removed now.
Oh yeah.
Is he wearing like a cape or a scarf or something, some fabric that's removable? I effectively just want to try and I do want to try and pull the Chris, but with like a layer between me and it.
Yes, as you grab hold of the cloth and remove the dagger, it comes freely. Free quite easily. In fact,
Kind of hold it up to the light of the stained glass ceiling.
it is spotless. It is beautiful, but its beauty brings you no joy. In fact, as you're holding it, even through the cloth, you feel just a little crestfallen for some reason. You're not entirely sure why.
Sad boy, sad boy.
Sad robot.
Sad dog.
The longer you inspect it, crestfallen indeed, but you hold it for a time and there's just like this faint ache in your chest.
Who is here?
Help me, I'm having faith.
This is something for the cleric to look at.
Oh, me.
And I'll hold on to it for the time being. But
Sounds good.
As cautiously as I can.
Very good. The rest of you have final moments here in the king's bedchambers. What do you do? Because even now, Wilkin, you start to hear voices coming from somewhere further on in the castle.
So they're getting louder now.
Yes. They sound like an angry mob. Things are a bit timey-wimey at the moment, so I'll say that there's a little bit of time before. hear them group in the castle, but or I'm sorry, group in the bedchamber. Everyone's in the castle. We're all a group. Is there anything you guys would like to do with the body of the? You want to weekend at Bernie's him? Take him out for a drink?
Sunglasses, shoulder to shoulder.
Tie the rope around him and just pull him up and leave him on the ceiling.
Cosign alone in his name.
Damn.
Did y'all collect the Dragon King armor and sword?
Yes.
The armor could not be procured. It was
Okay.
stuck.
We're gonna have to scoop him out of it with like
The mob comes in and someone's wearing the Dragon King armor and the sword, and it's like, we had to fight the Dragon King. He was naked.
Nobody told us the king was a nudist.
Yeah.
King's new clothes. If you guys can't think of anything you'd like to do with the king, I will move it right along. But last call.
I think if there's a more, I mean, King's situation seems stable for now. If nothing seems like it's immediately going to change, then I suggest we go investigate this mob.
Tell him the truth.
Agreed.
Tell him the truth. The fake king is at the throne. This is why they suffered.
River takes a mental image of the true king on the bed,
Okay.
and is just thinking about that for later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm imagining like a mental Polaroid.
Yeah.
Keep that image for
Oh yeah, that'll do.
I'm gonna go to bed with this one. Oh yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Let me pull out this minor illusion real quick.
Yeah.
Is there anything we could
We'll
like
all
take
make
from this king?
Is there anything? I'm sorry. What?
Like we could take like it keeps like to show like we found the true king, like
Like, can we take his crown
from his
off?
body. Yeah.
I
He took his
suppose you
crown,
could.
guys.
Suppose you could.
He doesn't need that.
You could certainly take. You could take crowns. You could take rings, robe. I guess if you wanted, you could. You know,
Leave him at least with his decency.
yeah, not like before.
It doesn't
The
sound
crown would be the most recognizable.
I'm thinking like if the prince would know like something the king would have.
Probably the crown. I
Yeah.
imagine.
Well,
Need I remind
I'll
you
leave him with
guys
his
that there is an open vault door down the stairs and a mob is coming? That surely means looting.
Just
Okay,
so we
I'll take
get
the
there
crown.
before they do.
Might be wise to protect the king's treasure.
yeah.
I suppose River's like, this concept of wealth is very strange to me. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave him.
Do you leave the crown or you take the crown?
I'll leave it
Okay.
out of respect.
I have the image.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Like-
so, as it is noted in your mind, so too is it noted in my mind.
Right.
River will remember that.
Sending locate person. Let's see.
Let me write it in my notes. River has an image of the king in his mind. There.
So
It has
as-
been noted in official. I would love to say ink in digital ink, never to be removed from my notes again. Anyway, where were we? So you leave the room, and it is now readily obvious. There's very clearly, what you can only surmise is the angry mob that was on the outside is now on the inside of the castle somewhere.
I mean, we
Are
didn't
we-
kill any of the guards, did we?
Hmm?
We didn't really kill any of the actual guards. We just killed the Lathander people. So how did they?
You
get
also
in?
didn't
There was some
explore the
element.
castle fully, or it's unclear what still remains in the place.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe there was also an angry mob in the freezer and he left the door open.
Would Sylvia be able to put together that the angry
Maybe it's just
mob
all the
is
skeleton
what created the
chefs
bomb?
making a bunch of noise. We're free! Hi, hi, hi!
Unionize! Unionize!
So what's this? I hear about protecting a vault. I message to everybody.
You heard nothing. You're on the roof.
Oh, I used my message cantrip to
But
communicate with them.
the people talking about defending a vault, or well, Salmonville was talking about it, was in a complete room.
Oh shit!
to
Yeah,
hear.
they're way too far.
And,
Okay,
and you being on the roof would not be able to hear it.
damn it. Okay, I
Can we
Try to-
hear the chanting the
Yeah,
angry mob?
yeah. Can we hear the mob? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You
can I
can
put
hear
two
the
and two together? Is this connected to the bang from before as well? Are they all?
Question.
You could make assumptions about what it is. The two
Okay.
are likely connected, but what the actual idea?
Matt,
Okay.
how
Yes.
much of a vantage point do we have into the town outside of the castle?
From where you are standing, you are backed up onto. Let me take you just so we can take a look where Whiltier sits geographically.
Like, we don't see like over the castle walls. There's an angry mob in the town and fires and all that.
No, not quite.
It's
So-
Some guy with a pitchfork just handing them out.
So from where you stand on a lower part of the rooftops. Towers and other things run upward on this castle, and I would consider you to be in a low-ish point. From what you can tell immediately is that there's open spots now. The one that River opened where you're standing, and the other one. As you look out over the town, the rain has abated somewhat, but has not quite let up just yet. There's nothing to indicate to you that the city is on fire, or that there is any sort of like greater threat going on outside the city. The Reapers have not come. So
Yeah, no, I'm more like, is there like a mob that's like lighting stuff on fire, like in the nearby parts of the castle or in the town immediately
yes,
outside the castle
you
walls?
see
That's more-
no fires currently.
Okay. Well, we can always hide on the roof up here.
Yes,
Stay
stay
Don't want to try to
outside.
give them the slip.
I prefer it. Not exactly at my fullest capacity.
Okay,
Might
what are
also
you
help
guys
to
gonna
bring
do?
up some of the evidence up here too.
Yeah, keep it out of sight. See if I could message the others. Who's still in there? That I can see, like from the hole.
What do you mean? Oh, you can see Kazdai, Trixie, Zoom, Wolf. I'll just put you in the middle there. You can at a certain angle you could see Wolf, but it's a little difficult.
Okay. I'll communicate to Kazdai, just like what we have seen up here. And like, just kind of like a heads up on like, so what's the plan? Because I don't know anything that's happening in the other room.
As you voice your worries of concern about who is in the other room, Samoville and the others to the rest of the group, Bud included, and you're free to make your plans as you will. But I will say you don't have a whole lot of time.
Oh, hey Brandon.
Good boy.
Hello.
Hey,
I was gonna
feeling?
ask
Oh my.
something.
Hello. It was a very weird sensation, I'll tell you what. I was just chilling, waiting to play, and all of a sudden my whole tummy said, fuck you.
Ripperoni.
Yep. I was like, cool. I didn't just eat. So Stomach's empty, and I'm here.
Well, welcome in.
Welcome.
Welcome.
We're about to greet what seems to be a mob.
You
So,
said
So I was gonna
plans.
ask Matt, does this sound like a mob, or does it sound like soldiers marching? Because I'm pretty sure Salmonville would know the difference.
I won't have you roll for it. It sounds like a mob, and
Okay,
it can
that's what I was
be
thinking.
that information can be verified by the original guild team who went to the dining room first. That you passed through an angry mob to even get into the castle.
Oh, that's right.
That they were outside the castle walls, being held back by guards. It seems that they have been either overwhelmed or let in.
Oh shit.
There we go.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Then I'll speak up.
Oh, he just. Oh,
We need to meet them halfway.
okay.
Bring the dead Dragon King. Let them know the good news. They will be happy with knowing the fake king is dead.
And is anyone physically capable of carrying the body of that?
Yeah, I'll slug it over my shoulder.
Oh shit.
Mhm.
The fake king? So the dragon?
Yeah,
guy?
Dragon King.
Okay.
I'll roll
Okay.
athletics if you want me to. I have a plus 12.
Go ahead.
Ooh. Ooh.
There you go.
Hold, please. You might see a quick flicker.
You've lost connection to the
Oh
server.
no.
Oh no, reestablish.
No.
You've been
Reestablish,
banned.
Oh
please.
no.
Reestablished.
Bring me
Back.
back.
Critical
Go back.
failure.
Admin.
Come back. Yeah, I told you. See a quick
Baby, go back.
I must log in order to access the game.
Talking again, yeah.
Launch.
Not working.
It's a lot of notifications.
Hang on, just chill out.
It's not working. It's not working.
Freak out. Freak out.
You can finally open a ticket with
Loud
everybody else.
noises.
My name's not Bill. Damn it.
Chaos, but-
Your tickets will be answered in the order that they will receive, darling.
Oh, hello. Who's this?
Ticket.
Calm down there.
Ooh, indeed. I'm Dapper Dan.
No.
No, you are not.
Are you the leader
No, I
of the
am not.
mob? Because
Would you like to try some of my ice cold milk?
God damn it.
it feels like an ad
Melissa.
read.
I love Aaron's character. Aaron makes the best character.
Aaron makes the best sleeper characters ever, man.
Freaking little puppet man that carries a little
Puppet.
cow around.
Right.
Hell?
Oh, right.
I've never heard that sentence and word combination.
His name was Dapper
Or shout you
Dan.
again.
Wow.
That was Dapper Dan.
He
Cow's name was
needed
Melissa.
a character that was kind of like a ventriloquist dummy. Like in my mind,
Holy
it was
shit.
kinda like the ventriloquist dummy from Goosebumps.
Oh my
Kind
god.
of, and he
yeah,
had, like,
I have that
tiny
exact image
cow.
in my head.
Except he was like a person, but he like was wearing ventriloquist dummy clothes.
Whoa, that is
And he had a southern
That's-
accent.
that's crazy.
Mhm.
Ooh. Add
Okay.
a few pluses to charisma there.
Okay, so Semiville is slinging the body of the dragon. We'll give you 1 minute to come up with the rest of your plan, because the mob is on its way.
Real time, like hourglass.
Oh yeah.
This is the real-time hourglass.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Yeah, numbers at the bottom. Numbers at the bottom.
Okay.
Oh,
I will bring the body down the stairs. We need to stop the mob before it gets any further.
What
They
else?
can't know about the real king, the state of the real king.
They can't know about the real king?
They can't know about the state of the real king. We just have to tell them that he's still alive.
Never mind, I took an image of it for nothing then.
I think we should hurry.
For reasons later.
So-
I don't know if there's reasoning with an angry mob. I think we should get on the roof and just get past them.
I mean, does someone have a spell to cast on someone who's pretty persuasive to the mob? Like friends
Oh,
or
no.
something? Maybe they could say something?
They are going to kill the real king. Are you okay with that?
Yes?
You surmise that they are now
Right.
in the garden. Their voices get closer. 1 more minute.
I don't care if they kill the real king. This place is a shithole anyway. But if you guys feel that the king should live, then we should do whatever we can to keep him alive.
I'm going down. Whoever wants to go there, go with me. Follow me.
I'm gonna
I'll
go
go
with
with-
Samuel, so none of this is on
I
my
shall
hands.
follow.
Choose your first words carefully, lest they turn on you.
All right.
Talking to me?
Samuel.
Talking to yes. Now,
Is Samuel
I don't
going to
have
the garden?
Talking to me?
No, just doing it at the
after that first minute, you can surmise that they've reached the garden. 30
shit.
seconds going by,
Full sprint.
exit at a full sprint into the hallway below.
I'm gonna cast guidance on Samaville.
That is a good idea.
I'm gonna lock eyes with wherever Samuel is, and just like if anybody like gets close to him, like in an aggressive way, like
Now-
just to knock him out.
I'm
An
gonna.
interesting question: are Wolf and Wolf and Sylvia? Are you staying on the rooftop?
I'm gonna go prone, lay on the roof, and take up an Overwatch sniper position.
Mm.
So if anything goes south, I can at least support from above.
This already feels like it's going to go south. Just an aggressive stance.
The spiders.
Now, Samaville, where are you planning on meeting the angry mob? At the bottom of the stairs or further into the castle?
You said they're already in the hallway, so I have to meet them at
They're in the
the bottom of
garden.
stairs.
They're in the garden. So,
Okay.
as you, I will say, reach the bottom of the stairs and move to this position, I would say that you can hear a mob doing something around the corner. Like, it's unclear. You hear chaotic footsteps as they seem to be kind of running in this space, looking for something or someone. It seems pretty disorganized. They seem what you can guess is they gained and sort of like going and just reacting to whatever. So it seems you can hear some making it toward in your direction, but they haven't arrived yet. Do you want to remain where you are or head them off?
Ideally, I would like them to not see an open vault door. If I can, I would also like someone else to be there with me, not just me by
No, I'm
myself.
I'm also with Samaville.
I assume,
follow
unless
too.
you say so otherwise, you'll be going with. What I'm just gathering is what is the end point of Sam of it, and I mean positionally, not in life.
I'm about 400, 500 years old.
2 more
maybe.
sessions.
I'm fine with being
Yep.
right here.
I'll be right back. Matt, go ahead and just move me wherever everybody else or wherever Samaville goes.
Thanks for giving me permission. I would have done it anyway.
Thank you, sir.
The dragon's coming too.
Yes, Samaville. As you round the corner, you nearly some
You cut out
like.
there.
Yeah, he cut off.
God damn it, dude.
Nearly something.
Yeah, as they're doing this, I have something I want to do.
Sure.
He shoots
Yeah,
all of
you
them.
you run near. I shoot any stragglers I can see. Defund the crown. Power to the cops. I will say you run headlong into 3 people. There are 3 angry men. They're sopping wet from having been standing out in the rain all day. They come up short on you, but one is holding what appears to be like a makeshift spear. It's just a pole with a dagger tied to the end of it, and he's holding it at you, threatening. You can see that there's blood on it already.
Interesting. Can I make an athletics check to rip it out of his hand?
Damn.
You certainly can.
Okay.
Snap it over your knees. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the intimidation route.
Damn, one hand too. You're like carrying a man in your other arm.
Yeah, I just
Shit.
yank it.
You pull him right off of his feet. He's in no way a trained soldier or any sort of like martially capable person. So as the pole slips through his fingers, he just goes with it, trying to keep a grip on it. So he lands face down on the flagstone floor. Let me get a different thing going here.
Ooh, music change.
Rabble, 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 rah!
Mob sound, mob sound.
Mob,
Mob,
sound.
mob, mob.
Yells.
Angry
curse.
peas, angry
Mob.
carrots.
Shame.
Somebody set us up the mob.
I'm looking for.
Yeah, kind of what I would like to do while this is
Uh-huh.
going on. Seeing him kind of round the corner, I'm gonna get up, go over, reclaim my rope, and then go over the roof here and try to see if I can rappel down by one of the windows
On the outside?
on the outside. And
Ooh.
if it sounds like things go wrong, be ready to SWAT team burst in and go through one of the windows.
You have.
Damn.
That's really cool.
Can I do that with you? I'm just like in awe. Trying to do what you
I don't
do.
know, I'm playing this character like I'm the Secret Service bodyguard of everybody.
Yeah.
So you've got two choices here and here. Which window would you like to post up outside of?
Can I hear talking? Like, I mean, as the conversation goes. But
You
I'd
would
like
not
to try
be
to
able
listen to see like where my people are versus where they are, and I'd kind of go one toward where the mob more is, so I can
Okay.
like burst through in the middle of the mob.
Do me a favor. Roll an intelligence check as well as a perception check.
All right.
Can I
know where
assist?
perception is, so I'm going to.
If
I'd
you
love
if
to
you,
assist
if,
you.
if Wolf would like to make you privy to this plan, then by all
Yeah,
means.
Yes, I would. I
You're
would
like,
love
come
to.
on,
and I,
come on.
Then by all
I'll take
means,
the, I'll take the other window.
go ahead
And I'll
and
assist
assist
you in any
now.
way I can.
So perception. What? Just okay. Did that roll?
It did roll.
Sorry.
Just stick the one on the
Both
left.
both my Chrome windows just like reloaded all of a sudden.
Yeah,
So
It's okay.
That was not me.
yeah, no, it was weird, and I'm gonna refresh the page just a sec.
Okay.
And you said
I didn't do
intelligence.
I did.
So
Yeah.
you'll be able to do the intelligence one.
Well, for
I would
me,
allow you to both separately roll intelligence.
okay.
Sylvia, you can either
The first
Sylvia,
one I
you
did.
can either aid Wolf and give him advantage, or you can roll your own.
Okay.
and this would be for investigation. You said
Perception.
intelligence. Oh, perception.
And then just a straight intelligence roll. Roll a d20 plus your intelligence, and a perception check.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do one intelligence, and you can use one of yours.
Okay. Well, there's the intelligence.
Yeah.
And then you said perception as well.
Yes, please.
Roll
That was a trip.
31.
Nice.
Wow, it's pretty good.
It's a fucking awesome plan. Good stuff. I want to do it.
I'll just throw some random people in here so you got something to look at. Okay, so with a 6 and a 17 intelligence, Wolf, your idea of trying to directly try to find where your companions are and get behind the mob. Sylvia has actually seen the windows, went out just recently to look outside of them, and can tell you that they're closed. The likelihood of you hearing would be pretty slim. So the both of you gather if you wanted to get behind side.
If we wanted to get behind what?
It's a
Sorry,
big
cut out.
The angry mob.
Yeah, that was a big cutout. Yeah. Okay.
It's really pissing me off. Hang on one second. Let me.
I think it
reconnect.
might have been important.
I don't know if that's gonna help at all. But we'll see.
Good so far.
Good so far.
Mm-hmm.
Good 90% of the time. You surmise that if you wanted to get behind the mob and be in any kind of useful place to hear them or see them, you would have to go down the garden side.
Okay.
While dramatic, you could probably smash through the windows, but you're not. It's unclear to you from your. Actually, with a 31 perception, Sylvie would know that they're not at the bottom of the stairs. They've likely gone further down into the hallways, and it's unclear to you how far they got.
Okay.
We'll keep our eyes on them.
Up to you. If you want to keep eyes, maybe the windows. If you want to get behind the mob, definitely the garden. What would you guys like to do?
Ooh. Hmm. Can we have one of us at each position? So one of them at, or
We
should
certainly
be?
could.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
Should we not split it? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out
Hmm.
here and here. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at Sylvia's token. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
For status wise.
Yeah.
Let's. I'm not in great shape, so I'm going to try to stay near the party. So windows.
Then I should probably stick close to you
is
then.
My.
Yeah, because I'm not great either.
Yeah.
Well-
So
If that's the case, then I shall
Yeah.
place you both Jan and Jan.
Yeah, so I would
Yes.
like to do that and kind of like stay to the side and kind of just watch, like have a bolt loaded in case things go south.
Okay.
But I want to at least try to be like out of sight and sneak as much as I can while
Eek.
on the outside.
Bud, where are you in this whole thing?
I mean,
Sitting
I
on the
would
throne.
say sitting on the throne.
figuratively.
The captain now.
I've been
Ooh, that's
having
an
an
interesting twist.
absolute hell of a time trying. It won't let me log back in, so I've been trying to troubleshoot it. I asked if I'm a human, and it kept saying denied.
Lies. The truth comes
Cool.
out.
You were not.
You're
You
not-
are.
You're not
Yeah,
human.
you're Leonin.
Yeah.
Just put me with the party while I try to figure this out because I can't see anything.
I am in your computer, making sure you play no D&D.
Now-
What, do you only have 2 hours, Dad? Fuck you.
Yeah, coming down to the wire here.
Okay. Samuel, you still have the floor. What are you doing?
After yanking the spear out of this dude's hand and him falling to the ground, I'm gonna promptly stake this body with the skewer, with the spear.
Crunch.
Like slide him into it and just hold on to the spear and keep him upright.
Yeah.
It's practically a miracle that this dagger on a stick even penetrates the armor. But through sheer force of will, you hear something snap, and it's unclear if it's the spear, the dagger, his armor, or something inside of it. But you
No.
embed this thing straight through.
Cool.
That is gross. I love it.
And then I'll speak up and I'll say,
The false king has been slain. Your bloodthirst has been curved. You are now to be elected as royal guard. Collect the others.
Deception check immediately.
Ooh.
"Can I run with intimidation instead?" Because it's more of like a.
You
I'm not lying just necessarily. I'm just saying you're going to
Just
be a
told them what
guard
they're gonna
right
be.
now.
Exalted above all others.
My idea is I'm using them to protect. So I'm using them to
I-
guard immediately, not for future purposes.
I understand what you're trying to say. I think in a state of the only intimidating thing you did, and I'm not trying to discredit what you're doing here. It's just you removed a guy from his feet and took his weapon and stabbed it into the fake king. While the king being dead is true, the rest of your statement is more what is the more convincing part, and that's what I'm hinging it off of. So, I would even argue you could do a persuasion check if you prefer, but I think intimidation is a stretch unless you start knocking some people around.
Okay. I don't want to knock people around, but all right.
I guess what'll immediately
You're
put the
guided.
fear in them.
I mean, if they fight us, we're gonna freaking destroy them. I'm not worried about civilians.
Well,
I'm
do some threats then. That's more what I'm getting at. Like, is it? You went for a peaceful approach, so I'm giving you the peaceful option. You want to start making threats?
No, if they
Oh,
don't believe me
intimidation.
or they aren't gonna listen to me, and they try to fight me, I'm just gonna knock them out. It's like whatever. And at that point, they're like, oh, okay.
Well, but in full
Yeah.
transparency, that check will be much harder because if they don't believe you and you've already attempted one thing, maybe it'll be a little more difficult to scare them at that point.
I don't know. If I punch through some guy's face, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna want to fight
Well,
anymore.
I said if you knock one of them out, they'll hear your threat.
Well, that's stupid.
Oh no.
I'll use an inspiration. Sure.
That's probably a good
Yeah.
And you've got guidance.
Yeah.
Ooh,
but that doesn't help on a
guidance.
4.
Oh,
All right.
Oh,
God damn
at least he's consistent. But roll that guidance just in case.
This man
Through all the trouble to
sees.
give it to you.
Actually, I just realized guidance is concentration, so I probably would rather have the dragon.
Oh yeah. You know what?
wow,
Dragon
guidance
might be-
rescinded.
Undo that.
Oof.
I want
Realized I'm
so
like, wait a
bad.
second, hold on.
I want so bad to unsummon the
Rewind.
dragon for that. Oh my god.
I will offer up my inspiration if we do that. If we
Sure, go ahead.
Dragon.
I am a big fan of burning resources. By all means, blow your inspiration on this.
I've been saving this.
Oh, do I get reroll? Okay.
Yeah.
As many rerolls as you have players
Yeah.
with inspiration.
We're doing
Who
so
else
well.
wants to step up to the plate?
I'm not worried about them. Okay, this is me trying to be civil, and Samuel doesn't care about murder.
I'm aware. And Samuel will do what he must.
Yeah.
But the perception of what these people think of you may just shift. That's all. The man who went down leaps back up and he's like fists up. The guy is got to be, he's clearly in his 40s, just a regular like a half elf, and he could be a shop owner, he could be anybody. You don't know who he is. He says, I've never seen you before. Oh, he doesn't look like no king.
Does he? Okay, I guess I'll ask this. Is this dragon guy wearing a crown, or did he wear a crown?
No, he was never wearing a crown.
That doesn't help, does it?
You just like
I'm
punch a
afraid
random
not,
dude.
sir.
Doesn't have a sword. What kind of king doesn't have a sword?
Zoom's gonna come in and try and use some peasant logic on them and just be like,
Peasant logic.
What?
he'll be like, I was about to go Duke there for a second. No. It's
Next Duke is gonna sound like Zoom.
I mean, just take a look at that guy's armor. It's like,
Armor.
Mhm.
looks like a king to me.
As you approach, the man, and you can decide whether you think this is brave or stupid. But he like steps right up to you, like he's ready for a fight.
I'm not even paying attention to him.
You're like 6 feet tall. He can't be he's got like a buck
I'm
over
taller
5.
than that.
Whatever tall you are, I always imagine you with a slouch, or Zoom with a slouch rather.
Yeah.
But he gets like as up in your face as he can, and he's doing his best to be big.
I'm like not even looking at him, I'm just addressing the crowd behind him and just being like, yeah, I mean that was the king. We heard we're part of the guys, what's our names? And
Avengers
River's like,
Fate or
the
something.
Avengers of Fate, my friend. Yeah, the Avengers of Fate.
Right.
We're here from the guild, and we have exposed this fake king and destroyed him. Can't you see?
Roll a persuasion check. The DC you have to beat is 20.
Whoa! You can do it.
I have a
Hello.
plus zero.
Yeah.
Let me just roll on that 20 here real quick.
Yeah.
How about a 10?
I interest you in a
Can I
That's like
sell you in
halfway
a
there.
Halfway there.
The man, like, and as you guys are talking, you see others approaching and kind of like, why are we stopped? What's going on? And the hallway starts piling up with people.
Hey, we're getting a bit crowded here.
The man says, I might have heard of you, but who are these two? And he's pointing at Vulcan and Koss. He's like, look like gods to me. I don't know. How do I know you're not part of the King's Guard?
Are we wearing the colors?
We're also covered in shit.
I'm not wearing a shirt.
Not clean.
Meanwhile, Sylvia and Wolf over here having our Shawshank Redemption moment in the raid.
You hear,
He looks
you
like
hear
you're
one of
crying.
the men from the back. I cover one of them guards in shit, I did. I'll cover you in shit too.
At least they're not recognizing us from the King's Guard. That'd be so
River just
bad.
says like,
That would be
Yeah, until he
bad.
said that, I was almost gonna like offer that.
River just says,
Nope, not saying that at all. Nope.
it's too late for being covered in shit. We've already been. That's already happened.
I'll cover you in more shit.
Listen, you're either going to be rewarded or you're going to be punished. What is it going to be?
It sounds like King God talk. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
There we go. That's better.
Your DC is 25.
Whoa!
Oh, close.
It was
I'm
leaning
almost
on
happy
it.
This is happening. I want to kill people who are just not listening.
Well,
I almost want to kill people who aren't listening.
This is a good stress reliever after a few weeks I've been having at work.
You come to murder some villagers.
You don't listen to reason, do you? Okay.
Most excellent.
listen to fist.
Believe me, nothing. This could have been avoided, but I'm honestly glad it isn't.
Oh no! Stop.
Oh no!
Don't listen to me.
One of them, you from somewhere in the back, a rock comes flying at you. Samaville, despite your words, and it seems to be egged on by everybody else. So, what are the rest of you gonna do as Samaville leaps into action, which I assume means you're gonna attack?
Yeah, that was going to be my contingency. If they attack, we're attacking.
I mean,
Do I have a
Sanaville can
shot?
catch a rock.
You sure can.
Affirmative, right?
Yeah.
But he made it very clear to me above the table that he was about to hit somebody. So, Samaville, what do you do? And the rest of you, how are you reacting to this?
I see the rock. Yeah.
You see the rock, yes.
I could attempt to catch it.
You can attempt to catch it. Do you have a missile deflection because you're a monk, or no?
I do not, but I don't want to catch it. I wanted this rock to hit me and have no reaction.
No cell.
Yeah.
What is your AC? Out of curiosity,
Currently 17.
you have to step into the path of the rock to hit you. It's going sailing over your head. Like you can, you judge the arc. Yeah, if you want to take the hit, you can.
No, I'm not gonna. Like, if it was gonna hit me, I would just be like, whatever.
Gotcha.
but
No,
I'll
it's
just let it
sailing
fall
right
and
over.
not take any reaction, not flinch or anything. Look, there was a shoe.
honestly.
Zoom will try a different angle. He'll say, the notes. Hold on, aren't they in the chat somewhere? I'm gonna invoke the names of our friends, if I can find them.
Huh? We name
Where
dropping?
did I put it? Is it an item shop? Memes? Did I put it in memes?
What are you looking for?
The names of the peasants who were kidnapped.
Oh,
Ooh, where'd you get this from?
but you're probably thinking of the fucking kids.
Yeah, the
Yes,
kids,
it's a kid. I just say, look, we're trying to find some of your kids here. We just took care of your king, and we're looking. They had taken a couple more of your people. We're looking for. I'm Duke again.
We are all Duke.
Find the names. God damn it. Was it in my notes?
I do not have their names.
I know they're in somewhere.
Yeah, we put them somewhere. I put them either in. There's some Discord chat that it's in somewhere.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Didn't I pin it?
Sorry.
Oh, they're the memes.
Maybe I didn't.
No,
Character info.
I know there's some stuff pinned in demo, but that's for access
Nah.
stuff.
I did not pin it. You hear one of them in response say, "Yeah, who are they?"
Wait, I think I found them.
Where is it?
Oh wait, this might be old actually. Very old.
From 3-4. Abed, Jezekiah, Veronica.
Yes,
the one.
that's it.
That's
Okay, I
the
found different ones. now.
Oh, we're right.
That's the kids.
He had that recall right there.
Damn.
He had that like post-it noted.
Damn.
That was
Dude,
marked right
I just
there.
go.
For a reason.
What
Aha.
a dig. What a pull.
Moronic.
Yeah. Looking for.
That's
peak
improv right there.
Damn.
That is
Veronica's
top
nickname.
tier. That is top tier
Veronica.
mission prop. Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Zoom is great at this. Oh, great. I forgot why, but there's some reason he has like -6 to persuasion.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know why the two
Also-
of you are friends.
Must be one of your Zoom. It's probably one of your.
It's some like
Mutations or something.
Yeah.
something
Charisma.
happened to him where like it's -5 to like all his like charisma throws.
Yeah, I
Damn.
remember that, but I
Huh.
think it had something to do with Ocasio too, or someone else too. It was Cordax.
Whoa.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, wow.
How about a
Wait,
crit?
not 20.
Oh, wait.
Hold
That
up.
green number makes no sense.
They know it's
Green 14.
That should not be allowed.
It's a net 20. -6.
The sheer improbability of that is what is allowing me to allow this. The DC was not as high because you did peasants talk to them and connect to them on a level they understand. The guy in front looks like he's about ready he's like mid swing on you, and the woman behind him pulls him back. Wait. We found their father in the dining hall. Aren't those kids dead too?
He didn't seem to think so. We gotta find him. Clock's ticking. You moving out of our way?
They suddenly look very unsure. We ain't found nobody alive. I'm turning into you. Ain't found nobody alive down here, no sir. Ain't no kids, no Abed, Jezekiah, or Moronica. Never seen none of them. Maybe some of the others have. Come on. And they go back to exploring the rest of the castle.
Diplomacy has succeeded.
Barely. You have a very limited amount of time to, if you wish to hide the bodies and such, now is the time to do it. But for now, they seem to think that you are on their side.
I mean, we are.
God.
Okay, well, I bought us some time.
It's time for quick thinking.
This close. This close.
you all feel I'll pause it for my own narration, but you feel a pressure lift off your shoulders as Koss is no longer like about to fucking kill a bunch of people. Speaking of hiding the bodies. Anyway, continue. What next? What do? What
I assume
actions?
this is like, well, we better actually find him.
We gotta search what we have here first. Make sure there's no hidden passages. A couple of us will guard the section. Make sure no one comes back.
Nobody checked this way, right?
No,
Not yet.
perhaps you should check it.
I'll stay here and work as. God damn it. I'll stay here and make sure they don't
Okay.
come down
I
this
did.
way.
I don't know why. Did I hit escape, I guess?
I'll stay with you. Keep the dead king with us.
All right. What are you guys doing? So you guys are guarding this passageway as well as doing what? Exploring the rest of the
I think,
castle?
yeah, going this way,
Cool.
just looking for any sign of those three.
Do the windows open from the outside, or do we have to break them to get in?
You'd have to break them to get in.
Oh,
I'll break it.
yeah, like we haven't broken
Coming in.
nicer windows. Just
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's unclear what was said in exchange. It looked tense for a second, but for now appears to have. Damn it! I did it again. Appears to have de-escalated. Whoever is staying, who is staying and who is going?
Somerville's staying. Zoom is staying.
I'll go.
Vulcan actually
We'll
wants
go.
to take the body from you, Samville, and make you explore. You are too hot-headed.
You son of a bitch.
You would be better off seeking
You will
answers.
take away my fun from me. No man.
Okay. Who is exploring the vault, and is anybody else exploring the rest of the castle?
I will explore vault.
I'll go into the
I'll
vault.
stick
I'll
with
do
the
the
vault boys,
vault.
and I
Yeah.
have to
The
bounce.
garden is
Alright.
open air.
All
Oh,
right.
okay.
It is, yes. All
Bye,
right.
bud.
Sounds good.
We'll
Goodbye.
check
Good
on
night,
the-
Josh.
Bud, sir.
Yeah,
Good
still
job.
never let me in for the last 30 minutes.
I
Could never
cannot
get in.
help you.
Yeah.
I don't know what that
Rip.
I don't know. That sounds like a
Yeah.
huge problem.
That's why he reset it, just to lock you out.
Just
I-
select them.
I have outsourced all of those problems, so I don't know what it is.
It's all good. Well, I will see some of you boys on Sunday.
Indeed.
Alrighty.
Take care.
Good luck, boys.
See you,
Later.
Josh.
Good night.
Right. So, since you guys only seem interested in the vault and guarding this place, I'll split you guys off like this.
River's going to take the dragon, and is there enough space for him to fly over the crowd here?
No. These hallways are narrow enough and low enough that he would have difficulty flying.
Okay.
Some of the crowd stays to because they're not entirely convinced you're for them, and they're just kind of watching you.
Okay. Well, then I go let's go back this way, and we'll go up here, and we'll go out through the stained glass broken window that I broke, and fly above. I can't move beyond this wall, but I fly over the garden, and I'm just going to take a look and see what's going on.
Okay, sounds good. So, as you do so, you feel the immediate rush of being outside. In some ways, it's almost like power returning to you as you feel the open air. And from before, when you shattered the glass, it felt like you were within a false sky, and could not feel Celestian's call. But here again, you can, and it's a balm to your soul, given the day you've had. In the garden, you can see people tearing down the statues in the garden, starting with most recent kings, and they're just trampling over the well-manicured garden, removing the statues and from their plinths, but strangely, these two glowing statues of the maidens remain. They're either giving them a wide berth or have tried to touch them, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of indication that they were successful in tearing them down. But you can see people milling about, kind of just disorganized and just moving haphazardly around the area without any kind of clear direction. For the rest of you, the treasury vault, as you get closer, appears to have been, like before, either opened and broken off of the door has been broken off its hinges, or one of its hinges, or something came out of the vault at high speed and broke it open. Okay. From within, you see what appears to be a somewhat ransacked looking treasury. You see, don't read the map now. After Cyric left, the state of this room had changed. You see little claw marks all over the marble floor, where once there were fine treasures on display, it appears they seem to be missing. But not just the treasures themselves, but the entire plinths seem to have just up and walked away. There remain a few plinths and a few odds and ends. If a couple of you would like to roll investigation checks, I would allow that.
Yeah.
But overall, and additionally, you can roll checks to try to determine what sort of creatures were in here. But it looks like a bunch of rabid creatures were in here and scrabbled away, marring up the marble floors and such. So,
real quick, is there any way? I don't know if you talked about this. Is the real king with the runes on him? Is he like attached to the bed? Like we can't remove him?
he was not attached to the bed.
Okay.
Oh.
Perhaps we should take the king and escape him through the roof.
Yep, I like that plan.
For sure.
River, use the dragon.
He can't hear you. He's long gone.
He's long
I was
gone.
hoping to have this conversation before we got here, but that's fine.
Oh, okay.
What was that? I have a passive 19.
I mean, I'll go in there and tell him if and leave this group if that makes more sense.
No, at this point it doesn't make sense because I've already given him the lowdown of what's over the garden and such. So,
Oh, okay.
a bunch of people see a dragon flying over the.
We have a bit.
You over the gardens. You see, you hear shrieks of surprise and sudden exclamations. Some people run, others run for cover, others don't, and they continue their route. Anyway, what were you saying, Somerville?
Well, the idea is to get the king through the roof hole and escape him out, so he's not going to get assassinated by angry mobs. Protect the real king, and
Okay.
we can save the kingdom.
Would anyone
Yeah,
like to?
well, actually, Wolf
Endeavor?
would break off to go help with that. That's more aligned with what he would like.
Very well.
Yeah.
I am still within a message
That's fine.
range.
I'll look into the vault area.
Yeah. Sounds good. So with a 22 investigation, you see a hefty amount of gold remains. You see various straight up like gold bars like presented here. It's an interesting dichotomy of what was left behind was like the wealth. The other stuff was taken. You presume, given various markings and things and like little plaques, like ornaments, artifacts, various other treasures were looted from this place and removed from their plinths. And in some cases, the plinths were removed altogether. In some spots, you can see the rubble of and refuse of broken plinths and scrape marks where it seems either something was placed over them or replaced them.
Hmm. And these artifacts being like magical items, I assume.
You would presume so, but
Yeah.
they are all now missing. If you the treasury itself rounds the corner as well off to the side. Off to your left, there is a vault door that remains unopened and undisturbed.
Hmm. Ooh. I'd like to take a look at it, but kind of scanning the area for uh, touch, for things that might depress the touch or traps.
Checking for traps sounds good.
Yes.
Would any of the other
Before
three,
approaching.
Scud, Trixie, or having Bud do it, like to investigate anything else in this room?
I'll go ahead and investigate what's going on most of these pedestals.
So in as stated previously, this map no longer reflects the state of the room. As Cyric left, he called something from this direction, and they seem to have all left, and with it, all the treasure as well. There remains gold bars on one plinth, and like coffers and things like full of coin. But for some reason, those were left intentionally behind.
I'm gonna check those out, but I'm also like checking those for traps. Like, why were these left behind intentionally?
Very well. Give me 1 second here. Okay, perception checks from both of you individually.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Plus 12?
oh, nice.
What the fuck are these rolls, dude?
That's 2 rogues, isn't
That's a
it?
load of, that's a load of
Holy
bullshit
moly.
if ever I've seen one.
Wait till they get reliable talent.
oh, you like my plus 12 on my perception there?
What was the D4
Yes.
from? Is that from a mark or
Just-
something?
I think I
Hi,
can't
Mark.
remember what it's for. Something I can't remember what the fuck it's for or why.
Can you find it? Can you find it for me just to
I'm
be sure?
pretty sure it is a mark.
Sure, I'm gonna look for it because I have no
Somebody
idea.
just
That's
yell
my only
guidance
guess.
quick.
Yes. Mine is.
Okay, we'll start with Sylvia.
Yes.
There appears to be no pressure plates of any kind on this space. As you look along the floors, there are no deviations in pattern in the marble or any sort of elevation lifts or mechanisms anywhere. So you turn your attention to the vault door, which is inlaid with gold and is richly. It's a vault within a vault. Must hold something really good.
Inception.
Yo, dog.
Somewhat
I heard
odd
you like
that-
vaults.
Somewhat odd that
It's my hunter's intuition. I'll put it in there.
Okay.
mark of finding. There you go. Knew it must have been a mark. So you find it a little odd that Cyric didn't would leave this undisturbed. You seem powerful enough to overwhelm a vault door. It's a little strange that he didn't bother with it. But with your 19, it's not immediately obvious that it's trapped at all. The vault door itself is shaped, likened into a dragon's head. And it seems that there are 2 indentations where the eyes would sit, and no other sort of orifices or any sort of like keyholes or anything. Though the eyes look like there's something could sit in both eyes if you found them.
Ah, okay.
For you, Trixie, the gold bars and such, like you take a look at them, they appear to be like pure gold, just stacked up here. The insignias on them, the stamping on them looks old. Isn't anything modern that you're used to, including the coffers of gold. They appear to be old money from a bygone age that have been kept here. It's unclear to you what their value would be, but as you check for traps, you find none, and they just open easily. The gold bars seem to have been a trap that was already triggered, and for the coins, they don't seem trapped at all.
Okay. Since it's old money, I just leave it just like they did. I make sure there's nothing of value in between them, just in case.
You're sure that they would have value. They're stamped just from a different like empire or a different kingdom, that sort of thing. They're just like antiquities, and artifact. Yeah, antiques, I guess you could say. It's not to say that they don't have value, but it seems like Cyric wasn't interested in the monetary value of this room.
Okay. Alright. Just keep my eyes about me. Probably
Sure.
take a couple coins in a bar or two just to have.
Okay.
That way we have it.
Take a gold bar, add a gold bar and 2 coins of unknown make and unknown value, but they are assuredly made of gold.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but otherwise you see, like I said, ruined plinths, a case that looked like it held some sort of weapon at one point, and various other now gone treasures. Anything else?
Do we assume that it was just like men that came through and just like scavenged this place? Because you said there was like claw marks, right?
You can roll a survival check. I'll even
Okay.
allow for Bud to assist you if someone could roll for him.
It was either 12 two-footed people.
There were centaurs.
Yeah. 12, right. Or 3, 4.
They're centaurs that walked on 6 legs. Spider centaurs.
Oh,
Spiders.
is Bud doing guidance? Is that how they're?
Oh, I was gonna say he can assist with a survival check.
Oh.
So if anybody can pull up a sheet and roll for him.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
There it
my
is.
God.
Nice.
Got you.
Nice.
We just make Bud do all sorts of things when Josh is.
Yep.
As always.
Seeds on our checks.
Scud, it's clear that to you at least that whatever these creatures were, walked on 4 legs. Bud can extrapolate further by saying that it looks like those 4 legs dragged a heavy body behind them. If that makes sense. Like, it's the stump of its body dragged as it moved all 4 legs. And left these almost perfectly rectangular scuffs that run in parallel out of the room.
That's weird.
Sled.
That is weird. I had a
Centaurs.
very, very strange encounter planned for this room that you guys decided not to do, and
Is it a homebrewed monster?
no.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know what it could be.
Sort of. It is not Humbra. Humbra? It's not Humbra. Holy shit, that one got away from me.
Humbrough's older brother, Humbrow.
Loud.
That's what you call your homestead, the Humbra.
The homebrow. I'm gonna put that in my notes.
God damn.
Now canon.
No, it is not homebrewed. It is adapted, though. It's an interesting spin on a well-known creature. But unless you guys have a means of unlocking the vault or wish to pick it open somehow, you imagine that you've managed all the all of the interesting features of this room.
Wait, Sylvia, you can't lockpick it?
I mean, given the description, I explain what I had heard, but it seems to require eyeballs, so to speak.
Right.
Do you find any eyeballs over there?
No.
Okay. Well, if you can't find anything, this is useless.
I mean, are there some dead people around?
There's a king.
Are there? There's a king that the rest of our party went to go help with.
Hey, can I borrow the body real quick?
Like one of those eye scanners.
Yeah.
Smash
Face,
it.
face ID.
Isn't the Fate King dead? Can we take his eyes? You got?
You could certainly
Yeah.
try.
Is
I remember playing one of these puzzles in Resident Evil. Anyway,
Oh,
yeah, is
yeah.
are there
Yeah.
do the eyeballs match? If so, I may potentially try.
What do you mean match?
Would the
Explain
eyeballs in the
yourself.
Fake King
Fit.
match the eyeballs that are on this vault?
Does
You
the
mean like
Faking
the
have eyeballs?
sockets
thought it
or
was
the
like
skin
a-
size and stuff? Is that
Yeah.
what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you go back to the body, I'll say go ahead and roll a medicine check. But for now, I'm gonna drag you guys all out there.
It's gonna be really hard to explain to like the mob that's watching.
Yeah, just
Run back.
pulling
Like,
eyeballs out.
we're just checking their eyes real quick.
Yeah, we got the right one.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I give him the help action?
This is clearly what was designed.
Wait, what did you do? Medicine
Roll
check?
an
You want
eye
to
scanner.
medicine his eyes? Go for it.
Yeah. I'll take a look. See.
Meanwhile, what are you doing, Samaville and Wolf?
Gotta keep your hand steady. This isn't like when we were in the
I think
sewers.
should jerry rig some type of pulley system to maybe try to yank the thing.
I know my way around an eyeball.
Really athletic and lithe, right?
I mean, if I
Well,
can get
actually,
up
no.
there, I
You
can
said
pull
it's
him up.
100 feet up.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, jump won't help with that.
More likely. Okay, it's more likely 80 because you had to tie the ropes together and find an anchor point.
Okay.
I can climb the rope. You can secure the king's body to the rope on the bottom, and I can pull him up. But
Yeah,
what end? I don't know because we cannot fly.
I can fly. I don't know.
Okay, but can you carry him while flying?
That's the question. Which the feature doesn't say no.
I would say
You can gain a 10-foot fly speed.
your speed is halved when you're
Okay.
carrying somebody, and you would have to roll athletics just to make sure you can carry him.
Okay.
But I can't carry you.
I mean, I can go up there and at least prep the ropes.
Certainly, I will allow it and allow you to do so.
I will do that at least.
Are you doing anything with this motherfucker?
Oh, is that guy still?
He was removed promptly from the throne,
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah. With the
and he
dagger and
lays
all that.
slumped face down on the floor, bleeding profusely.
I mean, might as well throw him up there too.
I was like, maybe kill him.
He's dead, right?
He is dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
Surprise.
we kill him twice.
Well, let's focus on the
Wake
king
him up, kill him
first,
again?
and then
Yeah. Secure the safety of the king.
just leave him up there.
Okay,
In the rain.
I will allow it.
Excuse me. So yeah, I'll spend
We'll
another
use- we'll
my
use good old-
side to
We
Just
use
get-
good old Jin Algo to be
boy.
the king's body.
Oh.
Oh, there he is, yeah.
That's a mighty fine Jin Algo R2.
He's so sad.
Take your inspiration and get the hell out of my house. I'm not as mad as I want to be, but it's very funny. Okay, I will say you can go ahead and freely move the king's body, secure him to the rope. Wolf, I would like you to roll another athletics check to see how well you secure the rope.
Yeah.
Wait, athletics? I thought it
I'm
was
sorry, survival. Yeah,
I was gonna
survival.
say, I'm like, wait a sec.
You heard me, goddammit.
Much better.
That's
Nice.
It is better. Okay. Again, very confident in your knots. You're pretty sure it'll be okay. As this is happening, you see the mob. Those who are at the entranceway guarding from the mob They seem to be. They seem to be kind of losing focus on what they're doing. These ones are starting to get bored because you're just standing there guarding this entrance until you start hearing screams from further down the hallway, back the way the sewer team came.
Uh-oh, they decided to take a bath, didn't they?
No. No. Oh, that's bad.
You presume they have found the acid elemental.
Oh, it's
Poor
an
guys.
elemental.
Oh, is that
Nice for
really?
them.
Yeah, that's weird.
Here, I was hoping that was all just part of the illusion.
I'm afraid not. The elemental's quite real. That acid was not magic; it was an illusion.
It's not a trick, Mom. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do? As the mob starts to lose focus, they seem to pile up into the hallway again, watching you.
River from atop the building, overlooking the garden. Will
Yeah,
address
Wolf's
the
gonna be
crowd.
trying to wave you down
Yeah, we'll try to get your attention.
as he sees you flying around.
Enact your plan first. We'll see if you have an opportunity to see them.
I'll just like peek over. What is it? What do you need?
Oh, for us?
Yeah.
Well, we pulled the king out. We probably should get him to a safe spot.
Okay, take this dragon, and I'll step off, and River will stand on the roof.
Oh, okay. I expected this to go differently, but sure.
And the dragon's at your disposal.
I would say
River.
you have 20 minutes left of dragon.
Okay.
Just
River
enough to be a
goes-
risk. As you
And
drop the
addresses the
king's
people
body
in
and
the
fall over a wheelchair to be
Uh,
found by someone else.
We will, unless it's just Wolf, take the dragon and bring the king's body to the Sky Dancer.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Good idea.
Ooh,
I
can you
would
get to the
say
sky dancer from up there?
I would say, given the size of the creature, only one of you could go.
Roll for it.
I mean, do you want to go, or do you?
I mean, yeah, Wolf would want to.
Then you can go.
Try to pack the
I'll
king.
I'll allow you to go.
I mean, yeah, then you're free to go on your murder rampage.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, so
Is
Yeah,
Koss
we'll
gonna
take
have
it
to
and
put
try
you
to-
down like a wild dog? You
don't have
Okay.
the bullets.
don't have the chutzpah. Don't I?
River
Okay,
is going
River,
to
you're going to
stand-
address the crowd.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand, Gurren Lagann style, arms crossed,
What?
Wow.
Wow.
like overlooking the garden.
I cannot wait for this.
Hopefully with like some like night sky or like light coming behind him or something to like make him look more I guess epic.
You
Is
have,
the only word.
do you have a
And he
cape
just
of billowing?
No, but
Damn.
I do glow. I glow
Yeah.
myself.
Oh yeah, that's
I
enough.
flare my my glowiness, and I just say, "Who among you will speak for your group? We are the Avengers of Fate, and we have just liberated your city from an evil." He says, "I would speak with one who represents those who resisted before us and paved the way for our victory."
Your grandeur silences the crowd for a moment. He says, "Who among you speaks for you?" He's like, "Wait, who's that?" Why does it sound like
Who's
that?
that?
Like you just hear a little bit of rabble amongst the crowd, just like very confused.
Not even missing a beat, I say, "I am River Haze Shadow."
He's also glowing as
Hi.
fuck.
And
Haze
I
Shadow.
have bled for this country just as you have. And I like point to some wounds and like lightning marks that I have like on me. I just say, now, who shall speak? Who is your organizer?
You roll a persuasion check, please.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah,
What indeed does he do?
the river doesn't have a plus.
Who daddy what do? Oh no.
Lovely.
Sparkle,
Does
sparkle.
anyone have inspiration for it?
I wish I
given
did.
him my inspiration from terrible jokes. 'Cause
Okay.
I have that.
Do any of us have good charisma?
Yeah.
I know.
I'm almost
I do.
scared to say, does Vulcan have like the most persuasion and
Plus
charisma
one.
in this group?
Yeah.
Ah,
plus 10.
If I had umlaut, we'd be good.
Wait, Scud should, right?
I have plus 10.
Inspiration.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit! There you go.
Oh shit!
He's a
I'm paladin, guys. Come on.
Duh.
Shit, I gotta
You
write
need to talk, Scud.
What are we doing?
Oh my god!
Care about them.
I give you my persuasion.
I give you my persuasion.
Jesus Christ, we're not gonna convince anybody.
Todd has a plus 10 intimidation, plus 5 charisma, the whole shebang.
All
So
we're gonna
Yeah, we're
do is
dealing with
convince them
peasants.
to riot more.
You call this
Uh.
rioting?
Yeah. You gotta push those now.
Whatever you do,
I just
don't
made
go
a
into
riot
the
word.
vault where the treasure is.
what I'll say with your persuasion, River, you're not like everyone. You've got their attention, and they're like, I don't know who this is. Have you ever heard of this man? I don't know. What are the Avengers of Fate anyway? And one of them steps forward, and it was one of the guys steps forward and is like, I'll talk to you, I guess.
Wonderful! What is your name, good citizen?
I'm not sure I'm comfortable telling you my name.
And April 26,
I've been so
1992.
rude. I haven't given my full introduction.
He's like,
and
no.
the Team Rocket theme starts playing.
Oh.
Oh no!
And I say, this one is the chosen of Celestian who wanders the stars. Champion of the verdant circle who brings justice upon the heads of evil. The hunter whose bow draws the threads of fate. The one who shall bring the reunion of the chosen. He who is named River Haze Shadow. And a light flares behind him. At your service.
Trixie's not even in the room, and she's just like, I feel like Riv is making an ass of himself right now.
I can't believe you haven't had an opportunity to do this yet.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, well, that's all well and good. My name's Ned.
Hello, faithful Ned.
He's like saying his surname, but you drown him out by saying faithful Ned.
Do they respond negatively to the mention of the guild?
No.
Okay, just checking.
I just breezed right over that he said guild. He was just like,
It's a verdant circle. That's all I'm saying.
I did that man say guild. We hate those guys.
Good to note.
Faithful Ned.
Faithful Ned.
And we're writing.
Oh, you seemed like you wanted to say more, so I was just.
Oh, I just say, yeah, I'll say like, faithful Ned, please, what is your goal in this instance? Perhaps we can come to an understanding, for there is but a greater evil coming down upon your fair city.
Well, I'm a cobbler. I don't exactly know why we charged the gates. I just went along with everybody else, you know. Seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Was pretty hungry. Didn't get no food, and here we are.
Ah, you are hungry. I know just the member of our party who can assist you.
It's just all self-promoting. I happen to know a lawman in an icy place.
By the way, do you have any non-human humans in this? I just go through my whole list of characters.
Yeah, I could eat something.
Zoom!
Pretty peckish.
Where art thou? Come forward! Almost of chefs in all of wherever we were from.
You're really selling me, bro. As you all hear River shouting from a high place, calling for Zoom. The mob goers look confused. You all look confused. What do you guys do?
Trixie, is he always like this?
Yeah.
Being a distraction so you can get the king out.
Oh, right.
I fly away on my
that's happening.
train.
Oh.
That's happening. That's happening. Sam, how are you guys lifting? Oh, the dragon's just lifting the king out of here.
With
We got a
Wolf.
whole airlift system going out.
Yeah.
Okay. And Wolf is going, huh? For the sake of brevity, I will not have the dragon roll athletics. I feel like it'd be sort of silly. But from your vantage point, Wolf, you can very easily see the skyship port from where you are. It's only until you're about halfway over the city and the shrieks and cries of surprise as a dragon flies over the city that you're probably like, it's not really a regular occurrence, is it? And
Yeah.
it's heading straight to the Skydancer at full speed.
As long as they aren't shooting the ballista, I guess that's a good thing.
Meanwhile, back here, what are the rest of you doing?
yeah.
You rolled a medicine check for these eyes.
Yeah.
They look like burning coals within the shade's eyes. They seem almost ethereal. But as you kneel down
turn
to get a closer look at this the dragon's eyes, you see its ethereal form sort of get drifting toward the sword, and eventually just kind of like gather up, and in a thin stream just sort of get absorbed by the sword.
Ooh.
Until all that's left behind is just the armor with a makeshift spear punctured through its center.
So
I would
it's
also.
basically- Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, basically, there's no. It's just eye sockets. There's no actual like material in there. Gotcha.
Yeah, not really. Whatever is withering away, it seems like his like shade or spirit is leaving his corpse.
It's in the sword.
I'd also like to remind, because I just remembered, that bits of his armor are completely missing as he shed them for more speed and more attacks in the battle itself. So if you wish to gather those up, you may. But they seemed more functional than magical. If Samaville was able to pierce this armor with a makeshift spear, unlikely to be magical in any sort of means.
Okay. Well, with the contents of this creature now potentially in the sword, if there's time, I'd like to drop by the doorway to see if bringing the sword to it back at the vault will trigger any sort of response.
No response.
No response. Okay.
But did you hold the sword up and say, by the power of Grayskull?
Or,
Power of Castle
or did you,
Numbskull.
did you say
By the
thunder,
power of
thunder, Thundercats, ho?
Oh, okay.
Just
I
made
forgot
it
to
look
I forgot to do that part.
That's
So-
only fun.
Classic blunder.
The hoe is important.
What are the rest of you doing at River's proclamation for calling for Zoom?
Oh, well, Zoom will go like, what? Yeah. And Rivers will be like, can you cook a meal for these fine folks here? And Zoom will say, I guess so. I'm pretty sure I can. There was some good ingredients left.
So you have to be over here. You're like, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. As you push your way through the crowd.
Oh, good work you done with that statue. Yeah, looking good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of peasants talking. Peasant talk.
Peasant talk.
Peasant talk.
Any of you cooks? Any of you do some cooking? What's your favorite type of food?
Well, I like fish.
I'll see if they have fish. Bet they got something. Why don't you come with me? Hey, come on. And then we'll just...
And as you lead them away, we'll skip ahead a bit, but you are greeted with the shrieks and cries of terror as those who have not seen the grisly display in the dining room are met with the headless scream of their forebears.
Wait a minute.
They haven't even gotten to the skeleton chefs
Oh
yet.
god.
You mean my assistant?
Skeleton chefs.
Your assistant.
So to give you a little more background, as the cooler was blown open, the freezer, as it were,
Right.
the entire dining hall now has this like layer of rime, and the undead continually cooling bodies of the zombies in this place are giving just like lower, like almost like they can't move their jaws as they're freezing in place, like and just like gurgling noises instead. The closest bodies to the freezer are frozen completely solid. But you are met with a skeleton crew who all continue their grisly affair, creating fetid foods. But as they all they kind of work in like a assembly line. They all move like sort of in unison, and just like shift to the right, and like just doing all this stuff. They all look at you as you enter.
Just make like a chef's intimidation. Just like, what are you doing? This soup is wrong. Like all these things. Like
The soup was raw.
Do you do like the menu clap thing?
yeah.
Go ahead and roll an intimidation check
Please.
with advantage because you're a chef.
Please. Okay.
Hey.
The skeletons all look at each other, look at you, and hut, 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 and like with the clicky clack, all line up in front of you.
I just tell one of them like, we need fish. Go get some. The other room.
After a bit of time, the skeletons produce rotten fish for you.
Oh.
What's good? What's not rotten?
They all like,
What is he talking about?
Do you have any brain? Anything that doesn't go bad over time?
one of them runs in out of the room. You hear more screams of surprise from the civilians, and
Oh my
it
God.
goes into the freezer and never comes back.
Huh?
How many skeletons do I have?
Roll a d20 for me.
Ooh.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Ooh. This could be really high or okay. It's like in the middle.
You have
All right.
23 skeletons
One.
at your disposal.
I have 13?
23.
23.
20.
Whoa.
These pygmies probably offensive, right? You have like 23 like 3-foot tall skeletons. The longer you watch them work, like
I'm not gonna
sometimes
think about that too hard.
sometimes they like is your name Abed?
Yeah.
You look like a Moronica to me. You realize as they work seamlessly and in tandem, but some like stack themselves up on top of each other to get to higher places, and like they work as a unit, but they're quite small and compact. Believe it or not. I should also point out that you now have 22 skeletons, as one has disappeared and was not come back.
Yeah, it was a nice
Wow.
23.
It was a cool
I'm sure Gordon Ramsay would understand.
It has a guy who was never seen again.
Listen, that's just how it goes, you know.
This chicken is more burnt than Uncle Brew and Aunt.
So mechanically, you have 11 humanoid-sized people, but twice as many chefs.
There we go.
that don't eat or sleep.
I will take the rotten fish and I will like take off all the rotted, like fleshy bits, and just take the bones. I will take any bones that are like not fetid and rotted, because hopefully bones decay not as quickly. I'm gonna wash them and like fully de-germ them, and I'm gonna use them for soup of some kind. It's like the
Bone marrow.
yeah. Use the
Ooh.
bone.
Fish, often known for their bone marrow.
Yeah, you know.
Tell me some of you don't cook without telling me you don't cook.
It's fantasy cooking. It's fantasy cooking. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It's the chicken fish.
roll me.
Chicken fish.
You Zoom as a chef have fed me some serious bullshit over the course of the campaign, and I am frankly done with it. Can you roll me? Sorry. Can you roll me a chef's tools check? So,
Yes, I can.
what I would say in this case is there isn't a stat tied to it, right?
Let me see. Hold on. It's in my inventory, I think. Let me find it. Everything is being annoying. Okay, here we go. Cook's utensils. Use tool. Oh, I can select an ability.
Select wisdom for your ability to for either survival or nature, to like your knowledge of this fish in question, and see if it's usable or what parts you can have at your disposal.
A 19.
You are somewhat lucky that this fish, while on its tail end, you presume that the freezer actually had some use in effect before it was promptly opened beyond repair. So this fish could be a couple days old. You are able to salvage what you can. And while the bones are not of a variety that you can, not like the famous warm-blooded fish that are practically mammals, you can at least use enough of the eyes and head that have still remained to create a passable stew. And there is enough that you find that you can make something work out of this.
Yeah, and I make like a fish bone broth, like as a base. And if they have any like preserved like noodles or anything like that, I'll throw some of that in. Basically whatever I can. I'm making some like just some filling, something warm.
You find the dry pantry stock is still quite usable. And as you finish with your preparations, you found that the populace, some of the braver of the populace, have removed the bodies, the grisly display from the hall. The fetid feast still remains, but you no longer hear the screams of their people from within.
And I just cook.
And you cook.
Way to take stock of the situation, Bill.
Nah.
Damn.
I get it.
I understood that reference.
It really should be Daniel being the chef character. Oh.
Oh, music change.
Sure, why not? The angry mob has settled into somewhat of a passing. Just they've kind of their tempers have cooled somewhat, and the longer they sit with you and Zoom, you're cooking, River's display and speech. Do any of you do anything else to cool the tempers further?
No.
I know you.
Fight us.
My question wasn't really wasn't really pointed at you.
I start a fight club.
To make them angrier.
Ritualistic combat. Does anybody do anything else?
I'm sure maybe Bud would probably.
Well, he's not here right now, so he can't help you. You could dig within yourselves, perhaps, for solutions.
If the
But
if
Josh is so good at playing this game.
What do we do without it?
if the mob is as calm as it's become, or to a point where it's manageable to where like immediate threats don't seem to be present, I do want to take an excursion outside of the city to figure out if we can detect the prince or the armies that are coming
Not
by.
quite there yet. I think
Okay.
you've reduced this from an angry mob to a wary mob. They still don't quite
Okay.
trust you yet.
Okay, so we can't quite leave yet. Okay.
Yeah, you're still at this like standoffish moment where, while they've let Zoom pass and he's begun easing tension somewhat, the rest of you still cover and are obfuscating the rest of the castle from them.
Okay. So then changing gears a little bit, if it's like the castle that I'm focusing on. After withdrawing the sword and keeping it on my person, I'll just scour the castle and try to find like stragglers and start pointing them into the dining hall where Zoom is making food. But yeah, just do a scour of any threats that might be in the area.
I will say for Koss, he will step forward and like just protrude an aura of terror and part his way through the crowd and run off this direction.
Okay.
Dealing with the acid elemental.
Okay, bye.
Time to take a dip.
He was there, so why was he
Time to hit the
running?
old dusted trail.
He doesn't know what's there. Well, did you guys tell the other party what was in there? When you guys regrouped?
Yes.
No.
I don't think you guys
No.
did.
No.
So
Technically
no,
no.
Grabbed a corpse.
Technically, no.
he's
No,
following
yeah,
the
no.
so you only assume that he's following the screams at this point then.
Okay.
Follow your nose, wherever it goes.
Just follow your nose.
After calling down the rope back to the party, I'll let them know that the king is safely delivered to this. Should be safely delivered to the Sky Dancer. Hushed tone, of course.
Yeah, I assume as much. Yeah.
Just loud enough. Start a fight.
The king is safe. Really safe.
Hey, guess what?
Are you sure the king is safe?
He's alive.
Oh, when Kazdae passes through that crowd, you did say this aura of terror.
Yes.
Now, how is the crowd when he does this? How is the crowd now affected? You can't just emit that aura and then it not affect the crowd as he like even just dashes through them.
It's purely fear. He presents no outward threat, but he just starts walking forward, and those in his immediate vicinity are rooted to the spot, unable to move as he passes.
No, are they cowering, or is it just like they're just not moving?
They look shaken.
Not stirred.
A little disturbed, but not overly so.
Well, I'm gonna.
They weren't gonna attack him. It was the only
Right,
thing
right.
that they
I
said.
didn't. No. I didn't think they were gonna attack him. I just thought, since they calmed down just a little bit, and then this aura as he goes through, is we're trying to keep them chill, having them be scared.
Oh,
doesn't
I
mean
see what you're
they'll
saying.
just do it.
Reason
Right.
seems to have somewhat overcome anger at this moment. They look suddenly like directionless peasants or regular people again. The longer this has gotten way cheerier than I thought.
Yeah,
This-
it's like almost feels like
this
something's
song
supposed to
has
be
really
resolving.
taken a turn in my, in my
Nice
head.
peasants.
Yeah.
It sounds so
Like,
peaceful.
it started
Were you
out
prepared for us to-
perfect.
I was like, were you prepared for us to kill peasants? Is that what you were asking
It
for?
started out
Oh,
so
shit.
good, and then just took a turn somewhere around the 5
He
minute
was
mark.
like, this was not in my notes. Politicalness.
Yeah, neither was the song. Yeah, they look wary,
420 song?
but they certainly have doubts. Suddenly, they're exchanging looks like, did we mess up? Where are we? Yeah, this is way too lighthearted.
Trixie will, I guess, since they look this way, and she kind of notices, as Kazne just kind of dashes off, notices the crowd, and she just kind of tells them, "You guys, apparently it looks like me and Sylvia will be the only women amongst these warriors that they'll see." Hoping that will be some type of calming force, even though my charisma is shit.
So is mine.
Oh, what are you trying to do?
We're both just like,
Do we know that River and them are making food?
At this point, I would say after River's proclamation, yes, you do.
Okay.
Sylvia has already moved off to go find others to bring into this feast. So
I'll kind of try and guide the this crowd of peasants towards the dining hall.
very good.
Just tell
Would
them, yeah.
Would anyone like to assist him?
yeah. I mean, well, if I'm just wandering around, I don't know.
I took it to mean you were going to search the remainder of the castle for stragglers. So
Yeah.
all right.
I talk
Go
to
ahead and roll
them
a
and tell
persuasion check.
them to get them to move with me. I tell them about my daughter and my idiot husband and why I joined this group because we were part of the people.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Again,
Persuasion?
you could try killing one of them. That'll probably intimidate them.
Oh no, I don't want to intimidate them. I don't want
Well, then persuade
to
them.
hurt nobody right now. Oh,
You want to be a good guy? You got to persuade.
Come on, smart,
13.
gather them all into a single room so you can
What are you
fireball them.
Why are you
I know,
complaining about your charisma being low? That's a
Jesus, what just
a
happened?
good bonus.
I have a plus. Yeah, I have a +4 to that just because I'm lucky.
I will say that you convince the stragglers to go. Only one remains. Trixie, Sylvia, you head over in this direction toward the dormitory area, and you start looking for people there. Does anybody else want to do anything? Vulcan, Scud, Pam, however hell.
Get in the car, losers. I'm going shopping.
Let's get some shoes.
I might have missed. Are we trying to herd people to the dining area or something?
That's what Trixie and Sylvia
Yeah.
are doing.
Yes.
Okay.
We no longer need to guard this area. We can move on. Let
Yeah.
them search what has already been searched.
Samaville knows.
Oh.
We got a whole ritual set up.
Samaville here?
Get a minute back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Reported back with the
returned.
information. Yeah.
Then,
From a king-free vault.
yeah.
King Free Zone.
Scud will follow Samaville.
I will say, Trixie, you. God, I keep mixing you two up because you're so similar. Sylvia, you end up in what appears to be the guest wing, the guest quarters area. You find several distraught, several distraught families, I'll say, in this area, who are finding guests who have received similar treatment to the ones in the dining hall, who in some fashion have experienced a grisly murder in here. So families are being reunited, just not the way that they would hope. So
Right. With however they might be dealing with the grief in finding different people within uh, each particular interaction. And Sylvia will keep it quiet, though the invitations are open, and I just head over. I just kind of look them over up and down to make sure they're not hostile, um, and then just with a little tip of my earring, kind of whisper to the calmest members of each family that that food is waiting at the dining table, but not disturbing um, each of these um, occasions as they happen.
are you attempting to persuade people to leave, or just letting them know that food is available?
Just letting them know food available. I'm not persuading them to leave whatsoever. They can do what they want
Very
with
good.
these empty rooms. Yeah,
Very good.
basically. Mm-hmm.
As you take stock of what's in here and who you see a grieving widow, mourning over a body that looks fresher than the others. She somehow pulled it into the hallway, hoping beyond hope that it was still alive. You see a family keeping vigil over an elder within one of these guest rooms, laying on the bed. And do you peek your head into any of these places, or
Yeah, I'll peek into each one.
Yeah.
As
You
stealthily as
see
possible. I don't want to be noticed.
The one that sticks out to you the most is a bed with 3 small bodies laying on it. You can assume
Yeah.
children, based off of their size and stature. They are not skeletons. They appear to have died peacefully, is the best you can guess. You could try to surmise what and how they died, but they lay peacefully on the bed, eyes closed, clearly pale, cold, very, very dead.
Yeah, I'll investigate to see how they might have died.
Medicine check for me then.
Natural 20.
Baby.
You get all of the gruesome details, unfortunately. The
Yes.
downside of being good is that you know exactly how each one died, and they each died separately and were placed here after the postmortem. One by poison, one by choking on something, not asphyxiation, like nobody like strangled him, but died by some other means, and then the other has a small puncture wound somewhere around their neck, needle thin. It's unclear at first what that might have been, but it's separated something in their spine, and their death would have been quick.
Yeah, in observing all 3 instances and knowing exactly how each of them have been killed, given that this may, these are all different ways that I'm very familiar with, as someone that works in the trade that I do. Also have a bit of a moment of just kind of uttering like pity, just for the just in the instance, giving a bit of a sigh. Do I gather like what their names are, or if they match the children that were mentioned earlier?
You got no description of the kids, just that there are 3 here. Possible.
Yeah, I'll garner like if there's any particular like things like effects on them that mark who they are, and if there's, I don't know, if they have like a stuffed animal or something that's on their person, I'd be happy to take a small
Following
effect.
my thoughts exactly. One has a stuffed bear. Its button eyes have long fallen out and been resewn in. Its appears to have one remaining, the other long gone. It's threadbare, but appears well loved.
I'll give kind of like a hug and a sniff, and then I'll look into. And so it's just the one effect that I'm able to find.
The two boys in this space, one has a note folded in his pocket that essentially, as you read it, it has been long folded and unfolded and worn down, like it's been read multiple times. And it is a note from their mother stating that she loves them, and you can surmise were final parting words before she departed this life. It appears a very old note, but otherwise no other personal effects.
I'll leave the letter. Kind of slip it exactly where it had been previously on the person of interest, one of the boys. I'll take the bear and I'll like give it a little bit of sniff, kind of think about home. But otherwise, leave the room undisturbed and close the door behind me before continuing to the rest of the the castle that it may.
Very good. As you leave, a very irate Kazdai kicks down the door of the bathroom and is throwing people bodily from the room, still living, but they're screaming in pain as their skin is pockmarked and burned from acid. He himself is steaming as his armor is being dissolved, but he's pissed. You can only guess from slight surprise at finding an acid elemental in the room, and also at just the fact that he has to save a bunch of fucking villagers from an acid elemental. But he turns around after like throwing the people out of the room and into the hallway. He moves back into the bathroom for more.
Holy shit. So seeing that, I'll just check on briefly the people that are like being thrown outside, make sure they're like okay. It's like go get out. And I'll hop in to see if I can assist Kastai in any way to wrangle people out.
Very good. Okay, cool. Is there anything specific anybody else wants to do? There's only one unchecked part of the castle, or I can just move along through it. It seems like we're kind of moving into a transition here. Very good.
Yep.
So the only remaining unexplored piece of the castle is a chapel that it is unclear to you guys. I'm just moving you all there just so you can see it. Wolf, I will do so also for you. And River, I guess you already have one.
Like,
but
how do I get down?
I have not thought this through.
Do we have this peasant straggler with us?
Oh, him? Well,
yeah, I was gonna ask. Like, he's kind of just along.
Ned.
If you guys decided that you were if you it's Ned. If you guys decided that you were okay with him exploring the rest of the castle, he would.
Trixie's not fine.
He's just like.
Here goes.
You find the remnants of some sort of chapel here. The main altar and the main altar cracked and broken in the center. All iconography has been scrubbed from this place, and a single skull remains on a pedestal in its center. To you, Vulcan, it matches similarly to the mask that the paladin was wearing.
Oh.
A gold effect. It appears to be a whole skull, gilded in gold, but has been etched decoratively with the dark sun on it. So, as you all move your way, sorry, there's also one other thing. You guys find the remaining guard in their barracks, and a contingent of peasants have subdued them in such a way that they are in here. You find they sit among these guards do not appear to be paladins of Lathander or in any way corrupted. It seems that there was a normal guard contingent kept here as well. You can, if you zoom in close, you can see pieces and parts and bodies of what you presume to be other guard members, and it's unclear if they were tortured, maimed, or held here under duress. I forget his name, but I will come back to it later. After a passable feast produced by Zoom, it's been long enough now that the villagers are no longer suspicious of your motives, at least, or rather, are no longer are willing to accept you for who you say you are, although might be wary of your motives as a whole. Now, I would like to take 1 second to go back to Wolf, who is flying toward the Sky Dancer. You see a guard posted out in front of the Sky Dancer. 4 soldiers are keeping watch over the crew of the Sky Dancer, and are just watching carefully. That is way too bright.
No, that was the right one.
Could be. So, what is sensation? Let's try that. The captain looks on a little warily, and as you approach atop a dragon, you can see people scrambling on top of the deck. One older member, Fosradine, is preparing spells to repel you from your approach. What do you do?
Oh, just kind of. Whoa! We're not a danger. We mean you no harm. We got somebody here. He's very sick. We just need to get him some attention. And so we just need to get him on the ship to get him somewhere safe.
And what does Foz say?
Oh, sorry.
Now it's your turn to talk to yourself.
No, sorry. I thought it was like the guards were also like, as well. So it was more to quell the guards. Explain yourself. What? Sorry, are like the guards and stuff around too? Sorry, I'm trying to get a mental.
Sure.
Like,
The guards
people were scrambling away, but there were some guards that were still there, and I'm trying to figure out if it's like the dock guards or if it's just like muscle on the Sky Dancer of like the crew, if that makes sense.
Well, it's certainly not any sort of muscle on the crew. You have hired no sort of marine contingent or anything like that. Foz is the only capable member left on the Sky Dancer as any sort of defense. You actually see the Sky Dancer attempting to pull away from its moorings as the Flumph AI attempts to pilot the ship away from the dragon. But the the guards all scramble more in a defensive position to protect the dock workers more so than your ship. They're not interested in your ship per se. Just keep getting
well, okay.
out
So
of
they
the
aren't like, oh my gosh, a dragon! I just need to like repel it immediately. Okay.
So what do you do?
But essentially, Wolf will be like, okay, well, so first the dragon is Rivers, and we have VIP. We need to get to safety. I can explain more inside. He's trying not to. Wolf is trying not to mention that the fact that he has the king out in the open.
You take the king below decks after some cajoling to Foz. You bring the king below decks to not Dangle Pangle, but the hell is going on here?
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you're like thinking of names or if you froze. I think you froze after Dangle Pangle. Because I mean, who wouldn't freeze after Dangle Pangle? You
bring. Yeah, my internet's taking a shit for some reason. You take the king to your resident cleric, Dangle Pangle, your medical officer on the ship.
Oh, I thought it was Blurred.
Sorry, Blurg, not
Right.
Dangle Pangle. I said it correctly the first time, but apparently I broke out. Blurg says, "Oh, what in hell, 9 hells is going on here? I don't. What the heck?" He's like. He is flabbergasted.
I was hoping you could tell me. That's not good.
Well, son, I heal maladies of the physical variety. What in the hells is this?
We don't know. There was some sort of aspect of Merkul or something. Looks like a really bad curse, I think.
As you try to think of the name Merkle, it doesn't come.
No.
You can't even say his name.
There was some guy, the name's escaping me. But
Oh, sorry. For clarity, you know the guy. His name. He professed his name to be Cyric.
Oh, Cyric. Okay, yeah, sorry.
The symbol of miracle, I misspoke last time. It's a symbol familiar as a god of the dead, but nobody knows his name.
Oh, okay, sorry. Never mind.
Or at the edge of recollection, you think you know the name, and it's gone.
Okay. But anyway, do you know of somebody who might be able to help? This looks pretty serious.
Good lord, it's very serious. But I'm not from around here. I'm gonna need some other party member to remind me where we even picked up this son of a bitch. Where did Blorg even come from?
Hey, it came from Josh.
It was Nathlon.
No, Nathlon, that's what it was. I was like, he's like, well, I'll tell you what, if I was back in that. I feel like the voice is escaping me. I'm going a little more of the grandpa from Family Guy. But, well, if we were back in Nathlon, I might be able to tell you who could help this guy. But I don't know if I can. And he's like running his hands up and down the king's body.
Oh, that's an image.
He's like looking you dead in the face, giving his assessment. He's like, I don't know if I can do anything about it.
Wow. You're really focusing on that left nipple there.
I was gonna say.
You ain't never seen the rune for Awaken before?
It's specifically on
The only thing I can think of. Trying to wake him up.
Please stop, I have a wound there. No, this is good for both of us, right?
Well, if you had nipples, I'd rub yours too. You just had a little, and he gives your chest plate a little tweak.
Which one?
Wolf will just kind of be like, maybe later, just kind of gently remove his hand. Like,
Well, at least there's a chance.
Chicken go up to the
So
cow
saying there's a
go
chance.
It wasn't a no.
I don't know. That was pretty open ended. Now, I will allow for a time jump here as you begin reorganizing yourselves into what I can only assume is the acting defense force and leaders in this place. You find
Cool
that
guy.
the guilds are mistrusted for their activity, but in a time of crisis, as you claim to be a part of the guild and a king is nowhere in sight, and the gloom over this place lifts, that people are pretty receptive to what you have to say. And given what you guys have planned previously, is fairly well motivated and in the city's interest. So, we're going to start. I mean, y'all cut me off whenever you guys are ready. I know I see some yawns and shit, but like, let's start with your downtime activities. Let me know what you guys want to do individually in the city. Rather, how about this? Start thinking about it. Who is going to scout out the oncoming army?
I would like
And
to.
yeah,
Hmm.
Wolf would do that. Specifically, he would be more like in the wilderness, like outside
Christy
the
would go with
walls.
Wolf.
Ranger, forest ranger.
Sylvia, how are you scouting ahead?
So I'd like to. So if he's going to be up in, you said up above, you said, or just in the wilderness?
Well, because they're coming from Hinterwood, if I remember
are,
correctly.
Yeah.
So if you go to the
Yeah.
world map, it would be like kind of like this area north.
Hang on, let's drag everybody there so
North,
they can
yeah.
actually see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I imagine it's like kind of woods and stuff. So
Oh, so it's a little bit northeast of us. Okay.
North and east.
Oh,
my understanding is it'd be like following this
Yeah,
path,
I can see that. Let's path.
They'd have to go backing around unless they're going to go through the mountains. That's going to be a rough ride through those mountains. It'd
Yeah.
be stupid too if they did go through them.
Most of them are from mountains, so they could.
I was gonna
The
say,
mountain men
and
could bring them.
as you mentioned that, because Dai says, "Oh, yeah, but what's his fucking name? I only traveled with him for months and months."
Cordax.
Cordax was among them and lived in the mountains before he was exiled.
Doesn't
They're quite
mean the
familiar.
mountains are. It doesn't mean the mountains are truly just traversable, though. It doesn't mean everyone can get through them.
Doesn't mean they can't. If they're used to the terrain, perhaps they could. Just throwing it out there.
We should scout it nonetheless.
Yes.
leave it to me.
Also, is there any of the guard? Like, is there like an acting? Like, I know they like the mob got through the guard. I don't know if they like killed everyone, but there's still has to be like city watch and stuff at least, or like someone in charge of like defense of the city in place of the king.
Some were killed. However, the contingent of guard requires a bit of cajoling to fall in line. Given their loyalty to the king and their propensity to try and put down a mob, it takes some time to convince. But you find that the guard is a little more receptive to what you're saying because conditions have been poor in the city for a long time. What you gather is that leadership, the king has kind of closed himself off and let the guard has achieved a small amount of autonomy to try and handle things and keep the peace as best they can. They feel somewhat abandoned, so the news that the king has been usurped and the shadow cast down, a welcome one. I'm looking for his name, and I can't seem to find it. Is that inspiration to the first person who can find the name of the guide who brought Bud, Vulcan, Koss, Zoom into the dining hall before the major domo?
Oh fuck.
If you can remember his name, I'll give you inspiration. I don't remember him off the top of my head. So
The guide.
Griswold?
Sounds
No,
right.
that's the
Griswold sounds right.
Captain.
Lord
honestly.
Griswold?
Was it
Captain
Gregor
Griswold.
Brimlock?
Captain Griswold, Major Domo, well manicured beard, trimmed hair. Captain
So
Griswold.
two different people, but
Captain
Captain Griswold
Griswold.
brought you to the gates and through the mob. Inspiration to you,
Oh.
Ross. Well done.
Oh, thanks.
Ooh.
Who wants inspiration? I already have it.
Up to you.
Yeah,
Give it to whomever, and then
Um,
if they already have it, they get to pass it along.
I'll give it to Tyler because he used like 3 people's inspiration on that one thing.
Yeah.
He wasted it.
Me.
Big and also a compliment.
I'll take all of it.
All right.
Thank you.
The guard is somewhat disorganized, and the news that an army is approaching, it seems like the first time they're hearing of it.
Hearing of
An
invasion?
approaching army.
I say,
They're almost more willing to accept the fact that the king was usurped with a fake than the idea that there was an army approaching. So, for our 3 scouts, who goes where and for how far?
Well, my specialties as a ranger are forest, mountain, and underdark. So I'll probably take kind of the gray peaks and the forests around. Like go to the base of the gray peaks and back.
well, shouldn't we be using the Sky Dancer to like get a visual?
My favorite terrain is the mountains. So
I don't have
will-
favorite terrains. I'll leave that
I will-
to you all.
Oh, you're one of those newfangled rangers. I see that. Think you're better
take-
than us with your numbers?
So I mean, I can go. I can go with Wolf. Yeah, I can go with Wolf and take a small contingent of soldiers, since my favorite terrain is mountains, and we could both try and see if we could go up into the Gray Peaks.
I would like you both to roll persuasion checks for me.
Persuasion?
Yes.
So if they're going out, I'll stick back and focus on defenses at Beltier.
Sylvia could take the Sky Dancer to take a quick run around.
Yeah, if
That's
I
what I'm
could
saying.
fly it on my own.
Well, you have Foz that has, and what's her name?
Yeah.
Petra, that can fly it, and you just gotta be on the ship to be a lookout from up
Yeah.
above, essentially.
I'm good at that. I have good elven eyes. So
Very well. The persuasion checks. Trixie, taking a leaf out of Umlau's book. Both of you have operated within the city either as, rangers or rogues or what have you. Wolf, you've taken more park ranger aesthetics and gone out into the wilderness yourself. Trixie, you work well with people and recall working with other scouts, other rogues, people who need to verify for themselves and are willing to come with you as a contingent as just a secondary confirmation. Sylvia, you realizing you don't have the wilderness expertise to, not that you couldn't keep up, but that leaving it to the experts, you decide to take the Sky Dancer. This Sky Dancer, this little token here, will represent your path. Which path would you like to go?
ooh, that's a good question. Well, if this road is correct, let's see. I'd just like to take a pass through, I guess, the main, since they're going through the mountains, just to pass through the main road and just kind of following the mountains up above the main road to see if that's a path being taken.
Very good.
So I guess in a loop around here.
Okay.
Around Inderwood if possible, but we'll see.
Now, I ask Wolf and Trixie, How far do you go before you turn back? If you see nothing, without going all the way to Hinterwood or some such, at what point are you satisfied with your search until you turn back? How many days do you give it?
How many days do we think we have with the army coming?
You only know that there is one coming from Hinterwood.
What's the just standard travel time? Not like thinking armies or anything, but just like if you were to hoof it on the path.
Yeah, say I wanted
Like-
like Hinterwood in sight
Yeah,
from
just-
the mountain, depending on.
Boy, what a loaded question. I will say this: given the weather's been absolute shit lately, the ground is wet and muddy, and you will be going up into the Great Peaks in what you two can only presume to be snow. So to get atop that peak at Great Peaks, just to get a sight line on Hinterwood would take 3 to 4 days, assuming nothing happened.
I have an interruption just to remind everyone. The army that took over Hinterwood had the capability of turning completely invisible.
Oh shit!
Oh, I did not know that.
I didn't. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. So I forgot about that until I just remember just now. So I'm like, scouting's gonna be hard.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
Oh,
Nothing to report.
Pretty good to know.
Everything. Yeah.
I will
So since that changes stuff a little bit. So instead of that, what I would want to do then is I more so want to come this if we believe that there's a couple routes that they could go, they could either take the actual route around the actual trade route, or if they're going to come through the mountains. What I want to do is take either Wolf and Sylvia or just Wolf and a small contingency of soldiers to check this part of the mountains up here.
Okay.
I haven't
To see if there is actually a viable pass, and if there has been anybody that's come through as like a lookout to do the same on their end.
Okay.
Yeah, even if they're invisible, they probably could.
Yeah,
would still
exactly.
Yeah.
Like still leave footprints and shit like that.
Yeah,
so
they'll have
that's
to make
what we're-
clearings.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for a
a-
scout that left, trying to leave things behind or trying to like hide a path so we wouldn't know that they're gonna come through this mountain pass.
Yeah. Like covered
Okay.
campfires and shit.
Yeah,
I can also, if we know anyone specific in the army, I can scry on them and potentially see if they're taking the mountain or just regular path that way.
Scud knows someone specifically.
Oh, really?
I think don't we all kind of know someone specifically?
I don't.
Wolf doesn't.
yeah. Sylvia knows
Scroob
me.
might.
Cos. I was gonna say
Scry
Cos.
on Scroob.
Cos.
alive?
Yes. He's
Maybe.
it's unclear if Cordex or any of that party you left behind in the Sunborn realm is working with this group or not.
Oh
Who
dear.
knows? This may be the Scroobining.
Ooh.
Groovening too.
But Scud did travel with the
Grooba
leader
Boogaloo
at one point, right?
Yeah. What was the
Who?
leader's name?
Daniel's old character from the one shot.
Group.
Damn.
So there is and I don't know if this was explained
Wolf
to you.
doesn't know
Ed.
that though, so I didn't say it.
I think
knows?
it was prior knowledge that there was another group that was left behind in the Sinborn
Wasn't it
realm.
you?
Ah.
Ones
Oh,
that
okay. I
allied-
see what you're saying.
Ones that allied with the Sinborn and the Nameless One. It's unclear if they work for a different contingent of cultists or with this one. But you could take a guess and try and see if you could try to locate them among this army. That could be an additional complication or a means of location, but also an option.
Also,
There is one main key figure that is heading this effort that you guys saw once, though it's unclear how many of you know who this person is. Tyler, who are you saying knew this person?
Scud traveled with him. That's you, me.
Mm.
Ah,
Oh,
Yeah, so Scud actually did in the one shot was with him in that party. So
Okay, I
Yumi
see.
was spelled Yumi. Was the leader of the cultist army, so Scud knows this person.
Damn, throwback.
I don't know how the locate creature spell works. If you have to be familiar, or
Well, this is
you
a
just need a
scry.
name. Scrying.
Yeah, and I've met him.
Uh-huh.
I met Yumi because I was at Hinterwood when he.
You have seen
Oh.
him. I would not say that you've met him personally, but he declared himself, declared his intent. You got a physical description of him, quite clearly.
Well, that means they're
Um,
best friends.
Good.
That
Yep.
means you guys are, best friends. Yeah.
Do you happen to have anything that once belonged to Yumi? Did he ever give you anything?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
I don't remember giving Scud anything. I do
And you
remember
draw
I could
stealing
roll for it.
something from like a corpse or somebody that died in an avalanche. I was just like, yoink.
Right.
I think it was the dagger. Or there was it was the
Really?
staff.
Staff, yeah.
Oh yeah, staff. I remember staff.
Staff of the Hollow.
at one point, he did hold on to Krause's shield, though. Not that it was his, but he had it in his possession for a short period of time.
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Well, 'cause if we do
I
have
get
that,
it.
he would get a
Yeah.
-4 to his saving throw. Let's see. So would you say I have
a lore
first-hand
question?
knowledge or
A lore question for Tyler. Because the shield that I possess is no longer the shield of the bride; it is the tomb of Lathander.
Hmm.
Did the weapon that killed Lathander, was that weapon still inside the shield?
The weapon that killed Lathander was not a weapon. That was a spell cast from the staff.
Staff of
that
the
you
Hollow.
need. Mhm. A
Fair
staff
enough.
or a spell that is specific to that staff. It cannot be cast otherwise.
In the musings of this, Kosk would place the shield on the table, face up, but not relinquish it. He says, "If it'll help you, you can put a finger on it."
very well.
It'll be like the freaking orbs from Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
Hands off the shiny shirt. That's mine.
I drop kick River out of a window.
Not if I stick you first.
The shiny bloke tried to knife me. Get him.
Also for ranger peoples, those of us with primeval awareness, if we're in our favored terrain, it reaches up to 6 miles, and we
That's
can
pretty
detect
good.
undead with that.
Well,
Damn.
I was assuming that the scry would happen before.
Yeah, no, this is more just
possible,
me
so.
throwing that.
This
out
is
there.
doing us like on the day
Yeah.
or night after we
Yeah.
killed the.
Yeah, as people begin coming to terms with the fact that the king has been usurped and the king is missing in their eyes, and you begin aiding in the organization of defenses.
basically,
you have to have a
long and short
focus,
of it,
1,000 gold. What the fuck?
it's Rain's Eye. I use Rain's Eyes as the focus.
Nope, that makes sense. Okay. I'm sorry. What? You have a save of 23?
I do.
He's got enough saves,
That
dude.
went up.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that was the
God.
bane of my existence.
Oh
Damn.
How
my
does that-
God.
I don't understand.
How does it even happen?
Yeah, people were critting and still couldn't save her.
Damn.
What are you talking about?
My spell saves a 14.
I am a blessed of Celestium.
I'm apparently rolling as a sky dancer.
No chance.
Damn, 11 plus what?
He's in the room with us.
Oh, sorry, 15.
What kind of save was this again? Is this a wisdom save? Wisdom saving throw.
Yep. Wisdom save.
Against 23.
Modified.
Yeesh.
I will say you have met the target, but you don't know him well.
Okay, so it's no modifier to that. If the shield counts as a possession, then he would get -4 to his roll. It does say or
No.
garment. I don't know if a shield counts as a garment.
Because the situation
Very
of them
hard
even getting the
garment.
shield is they had to steal it off the Sky Dancer. They didn't possess it for very long.
If we draw a picture of the target, that
Does
also
he have
helps.
any sort of DNA left on the shield?
You just jerked one off when he had it.
Yeah, to be jerked off on the
I got a spunk imprint.
get his fingerprint.
Gross.
That
God
shit's
damn it.
cursed now.
It's always
God,
It's
trying to
like,
get it on for
you
a
can
long
have it.
time.
I don't want it anymore. Done with it. In a bit. I will say, even if a paladin were near, he fails.
He would taunt to like people that try to say against it.
I don't know. 20 minutes. We'll see what happens. Okay, so you catch a glimpse of what does your scry look like as you dial in on this person?
Yeah, so how it looks, I think we flavored this in the past too. He like, I don't know if I projected it before, but he like uses Rain's eye basically as the focus for it, and kind of like peers deep into it as like basically like looking through the eye. I think in the past, I don't know if we've like had it project from the eye before, but I'd like that to happen if possible.
Roll an Arcana check for me. Or wait, no, roll a. Okay, well,
Or roll something.
I was gonna say, don't worry about that. Roll a. What is your? You're a druid
I'm a
cleric.
druid cleric.
Roll a wisdom check and add your proficiency to it.
Okay. I will just roll a saving throw because that is what that is.
With a 21, I would say it's possible, though extending the limits of the spell. How would you project the images of what you're seeing?
If we're like outdoors, it would kind of show up like a starry, like little, like one of those can't think of the name right now, but like
Not like planetarium things where there's
yeah,
little
Planetarium. Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
like that. It shows up like a little planetarium around us, like the like
I'm down with that.
yeah.
Okay.
That's cool.
What gemstone is Rain's eye? Is it a ruby or a garnet?
I don't know if we ever established that actually.
Tyler, might.
Mine's a topaz. I don't know what Rain's
I don't
was.
recall what it is. I think I did say what it was.
Was it a sapphire?
Oh,
It
you
might have been
did.
sapphire.
Sapphire and emerald sounds right, but
Well, while you're looking up that information, the projected image is skewed a certain color, as though you're looking through a colored lens of whatever variety that Rain's eye was. If you're projecting the image from your eye into Rain's gem, and the color is mixed because light and all that shit, I'll allow that too. But it's skewed a certain color, and as you look, you see me stopped at camp. It appears they've stopped for the night, and whatever invisibility they do have, Tyler, give me the details of that, either in a message or you can say it out loud. Was it just like that they could?
Yeah, blurt it out.
Could they appear, or what were the limitations of that invisibility? Like that they, does it follow the normal rules of invisibility? Does it have a time limit?
yeah, no, it's regular invisibility. It just had so many casters that they could cast invisibility on literally everyone.
Okay.
So it's not
as-
gonna be like a thing that's gonna be like they're gonna be invisible the whole time they're walking over here. But if they feel like they need to be
Choose
invisible,
to.
they can. Yeah.
So you see a rain spattered camp. As you start flying over the land, you see trees, you see mountains, you see dark, storming clouds. and you descend straight through them into the rain. You don't get a good glimpse of the terrain surrounding because of the rain clouds obfuscating the surrounding area. But you do get a brief, as you cast yourself up into the sky to travel the land, you do get a brief, good glimpse of the galaxy and night sky over the clouds before descending back into the rain and back onto the mortal plane, where you see a camp. It is... Roll a perception check for me to see how many details you gather as you continue onward.
Oh, that was Zoom.
Oh,
Sorry.
Zoom. Zoom, seeing some shit. Wow.
Oh, you thought. You thought.
Zoom seems more than me.
You get a brief glimpse of raging bonfires and a fleeting impression of, is this it? Before you drop in further. Yumi is speaking with somebody. You get a good look at him. He's straight back, tall, speaking into an orb that he's holding like this. Invisible sensor, see and hear. What did you say?
Never mind. It's a number.
Okay. From this invisible sensor that you can hear the cries and shrieks of creatures surrounding. There's a great deal of noise going on in this camp that it's hard to focus on any one noise going on in the periphery. The one that does cut through the most is the shrieks and cries of tortured humanoids screaming out in pain from somewhere else in the camp. But you do hear Yumi speaking to this orb, and he says, I have done... Somebody give me Yumi's voice. I wasn't there for that one shot. What is his voice?
What was it? It was
like sophisticated old man, essentially.
Yeah, it was very hoity-toity, like but like in an evil sense.
Oh.
Like Pegasus.
Like Saruman almost.
Yeah, I was thinking my instant thought was Christopher Lee, but how am I supposed to affect Christopher Lee?
Yeah,
Good luck. Godspeed.
Well,
It was more like, shoot, what was it? It's hard to remember. It was one shot.
Darth Sidious.
You hear him say,
Let's go Darth Sidious.
You're right. That makes it easy. He says, My lord the Hollow does not stand for failure. I have given you the staff. What more do you ask of me? My armies march upon the king's city. And there I shall lay it to waste, as I am commanded. You presume that the orb is responding in some way. He says, Your task is folly, and shall remain so. I have given you all the help I deem necessary. And he waves his hand over the orb, and it goes blank. He looks as though he's about to toss it onto the chair, like a chair surrounding.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's a good freeze.
Did I cut out?
Yeah, you cut out for a sec there.
Oh, did I? Oh, can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can.
He has a small.
Damn, I couldn't get it though. Couldn't get the
The
reason.
internet stutters.
We'll get it in the bar.
Yeah.
We'll get it.
he's set up as though he's a commanding officer in like a medieval army, let's say. He's got a small table with maps laid out over it, one of those chairs that folds out that's transportable but eloquently made. He has what isn't just like a cot on the floor. He's got an actual bunk that is or a not a cairn. It's whatever. He's got a
A cot?
No, I said it wasn't a cot. It's nicer than a cot.
Oh, you said
Whatever.
Okay.
Okay, whatever bed is provided for him is not it's not really like an easily transportable object, but is brought regardless for his comfort.
We're talking about Yumi, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he did not smash the orb. That was about the part you froze.
He did not smash the orb. What I was going to say was that he looks as though he's about to toss it onto the bed.
Got it.
Like forcefully, but instead when he throws it, it just sort of levitates there and like floats down easily to the bed. He stares at it in contemplation for a brief moment before turning around, and as he spins, his eyes flick up to your scrying eye, and he looks directly at it.
I see you.
Oh, that's what
The scrying eye just kind of like blinks. Like,
Tilts his head, and he starts moving his hand as though casting a spell.
and let it happen.
Okay. Hang on, let me read something real quick. He, you see a scrawl of runes out in front of him. He says, "Now, which one could you be?"
Oh shit!
He flicks his hand upward and half the runes disappear. Getting closer. He moves the runes to another side of the tent. Flicks it again. 2 runes left. He takes a look and he says, "But they are the same." And he crushes them together and they show a topaz color. And he just smiles and says, "Peek all you want.
It just winks.
I
at
have
him.
nothing to hide." And he leaves the tent. Come. I'd love to show you what you have in store. What I have in store for you.
By the way, I didn't give the gemstone, range gemstone, a actual type. I don't know if I said it in the actual sessions, but you can say it's sapphire, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's say sapphire then. Just come. We have a guest of honor, and I wish him to see, and he hasn't long. He takes you through a series of tents. You see soldiers and varying people in robes and stuff, which you gather to mean that the cultists have a contingent of martial and arcane capable people here. He has a standing army as well as wizards and mages and various other things. What strikes you as odd is you see not a single Sinborn creature within sight. He says, "Our progress has been slow, you see. We must bring as many as we can along with us to see our eventual success." And he leads you through a break in the tents, and you just see rows and rows of people chained together. Humanoids of varying sizes, ages, women, children, likely people they've gathered along the way. He says, "Look upon my army and despair. Now, I assume I shall see you soon." Quite
His
soon.
eye kind of just like looks dead into his eye and just like nods. And we'll probably the spell ends around there, we'll say. But an important note that you did say was that I saw the star formations above their camp. So would I be able, as an expert on star mapping, be able
we
to
all knew.
triangulate their position?
Certainly, if you can roll a survival check
River
of
the
an appropriate
Mariner.
amount, I will absolutely allow that.
I'm
That's
not bad
cool.
at survival just because I'm good at wisdom.
It's a cool niche feature.
I will guide myself, I say, with Celestine's blessing.
I think that's perfect. Yeah, that's a perfect use of guidance.
Oy. Alright, come on, blessing. Okay, brought it
Oh
down.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Not bad.
15's not bad. Given your time of day and where you are, you immediately go outside to like get a good look at the sky, and it's grayed over, right? Because it's just clouds.
Oh.
I'll say with a 15, you obviously know they're north.
Yeah.
You know that already.
Do I
Was it
get
through-
that they're more north, like true north? Or do I get that they're more northeast?
False north.
False north.
You would wager two things. To move that many people in that size of a group, as well as the star location, you would skew more toward the north.
Okay.
Direct north, rather.
I'd say I think we should check the north path first. I'll tell the scouting party then. And I'll just relay like what I saw of their numbers. If he did show me like their full number or whatever I was able to see, I'll say they didn't have any Sinborn, at least traveling with them. But
You got a very small glimpse of the camp.
Yeah.
I would say that you didn't get a glance for numbers, but he did show you the number of prisoners he had, which could have easily numbered in the thousands.
I'm guessing the way Sinborn summoning works, you do have to have fresh blood. Is that correct? Or some type of sacrifice?
Would you know that? Did you travel a Cordax at all? You did, a little bit, right?
Yes. And if I recall, because I've been to the Realm of Sin, I remember that the way to open portals to the Realm of Sin is through live sacrifice. So my guess is they are bringing the Sinborn to us through portal use. Would be my venture, my hypothetical, or my hypothesis, I'd say.
Or
Now, I actually remembered something that is actually pretty important. Wasn't there an opening to the Realm of Sin that
In
was never
Hinterwood?
closed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was.
Well, that sucks.
And there was nothing you guys could do at the time to close it, so you presume
It's been open for a fucking year.
It's been open for a fucking year. But if they're not traveling with Sinborn, where are they?
Where are they?
Uh-oh.
unless
And that
it's all
question-
one big sacrifice, and then we got a kaiju battle.
And that question will have to be answered next time. So
Yeah.
think about what you guys want to do with your scouting, because there are
No.
still unanswered questions. in
Main
this place.
thing I was hoping to discover from that is, do I get a feeling how many days, like distance, they would be from?
I would say the magic doesn't allow for, your rapid magic. Like, you slip through, like, space to get that far, right? It's not like you travel the actual appropriate amount of time at a set speed. You're like, and you're there. So judging of time would be pretty skewed.
Yeah.
I would say that remains unanswered.
Okay. Well, hopefully, scouting party can, with that
Yeah,
hopeful
this-
knowledge.
Yeah.
will
Yeah, the
guide
knowledge
their direction.
happens before we leave, I
Yeah.
assume, right?
That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
This is this night, like the night that I
Okay.
that we dealt with the king. I still had some spell slots left, so I could scribe.
Nice.
I could scribe one more time if we want tonight.
Just
And
go
who
back
would you
immediately.
scry on?
Just go back and stare at him.
I would like to bring the king to Dun Hollow for the Alphalin to watch after, if that's all right.
Well, that depends on whether you're gonna have the Sky Dancer scout or not.
That's true.
I mean, you could kind of bring him along to do something there, go to Dun Hollow, and then kind of come back.
Take him while we were doing our scouting mission.
If you wanted to be efficient, I would not optimize the safety of the king.
He's most protected when he's around us. Yes.
Well, this can be done in a separate discussion.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to know is, River, do you have another person you want to scry on or no?
Scroob.
Oh, man.
Scroob.
You want to scry on Scroob? Okay.
I don't even know.
I'm scrying on all of Daniel's characters today.
Okay.
He doesn't know what Scroob is.
I don't.
Doesn't know what a Scroob is. What a Scroob was. What a Scroob
he's my
needs.
idiot kobold character who had like -3 intelligence.
Oh my god. Okay.
And he got trapped in the Sinborn realm.
Oh.
He was a coward and sided with the most powerful thing there. And then he
Got
tried
it.
to change sides and got essentially dragged down to hell. So
Okay. Well, and this is
As
who
you
you're
do.
trying to scry on. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like
Give
a
me one
base
second.
story.
So who knows? Maybe Scrooge will be back with a vengeance.
Was he part of the one shot that you all have been talking about?
No, he was an
No.
actual character that we.
Yeah.
Ah.
It was my character after I stopped playing Foz.
Okay.
I was like, I'm gonna make a blood hunter, and then I rolled absolute trash stats. I'm like, I'm making a kobold.
It's gonna lean into it.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So what I will say is you cast out your scrying eye again, and this time the stars change completely and you go far.
Did Scroob escape? Did he make it out?
On the same plane of existence as you. So you go far to a place that's not immediately familiar to you, though you never did get a view of it from above. Your eyeline drops immediately. You pass all of the rain clouds are passing over the gray peaks directed out of the fort of Bragg over an ocean and descend upon Scroob. Scroob, did you have any sort of like pet name for Myth? Did you call him anything?
He was the nice one.
Juice Master. What did they say? What did they say? Your invisible scrying eye witnesses a person that, when you last saw them, was dead. Dead at the hands of one of your own. Who laid low Myth?
I think it was Cause.
That's appropriate.
That checks out.
Potato. Hits a god, kills a guy. Sure, why not? The last time you saw this creature, Kos was standing above him, bludgeoning him to death. But Myth stands quite tall and quite alive. Says, "Well, Scroob, it looks like we're going to have to take our searches elsewhere. Those hollow dunderheads won't be of any help to us today." He turns, he says, "She, can you guide us through the Underdark? There is one artifact left I know of that we can secure without additional knowledge." You see a dusting of spores blow like petals across your vision, but you do not hear what is said.
What's not?
And you don't see him in the room. Your long lost friend.
He's too stealthy.
He's too short. He's under the camera lens. Anyway.
He's off screen.
He's right behind me. um. This is well. We can make this work. Cordax, I will need to rely on your expertise as usual. It's time we leave. And that's where we end our story tonight.
All right. So they are not
Nice.
but we didn't see any like camp around them or anything, right?
No.
Okay.
Totally different stars, is what I heard.
What I will say,
there?
the last detail you do see is that you take a good look at Myth briefly, or I guess several details. You take a good look at Myth, and he's clutching a staff. One that you have seen before and recognize as the Staff of the Hollow.
Oh,
He had it before, didn't he? We took it from
He did
you
not.
and- Oh, he didn't. But he had that hand.
He did have the
Right.
hand.
He did chop
and
off
he's
his hand.
we chopped off his hand and he died instantly, but it is reattached. He bears much of the corruption that you've seen in Koss and Bud. But your eye continually drifts to Scroob, who exhibits none of the corruption.
He's too pure.
It's all the juices. It purges the system. I don't know what a system is though.
That's right. And as Myth leaves the room, Cordax following, and Scroob remains by himself, muttering to himself in the dark. Says, soon. Very soon. That's it. We're done.
Yes, the
Go home.
scrivening.
You're done. No more. I give you no more nuggets of
Nice.
anything. Thule
I'm
was
writing
not
Scroob is
Thule?
not corrupted,
Yeah.
but he's creepy.
Thule was not mentioned and not visible. It's unknown where he is.
Mm.
Fair enough.
So at least Myth.
Oh yeah, another thing about Scroob is he's addicted to juice.
Whatever
like-
juice may be.
like-
It's like
Juice
crack
master.
for him. Like,
Okay.
yeah, he's a junkie
Orange.
and juice is his high. Like fruit,
But
like
is it
fruit,
like fruit juice?
like fruit juice.
Okay, it's not like a. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. Like he'll
Because juice
have
could be a
wine-
lot of things.
Yeah, he'll have wine and be like, "Oh, what is this? This is garbage." He'll get like juice, like the hard stuff, like drugs, and be like, "Oh no, whatever." And then he,
what's this juice?
yeah, but he'll stick whatever it is in it, anything in his mouth.
You heard
Fair.
it here first.
You heard it here first.
That's our screw.
Thule is nowhere to be seen, and she, you presume, was in the room, but you did not see him either. So
Felt his presence.
the Sinborn team remains active in their goals. Is that inspiration to the person who can tell me what their goals are?
Not me, right?
Not you. Fuck off.
I'm looking for some type of artifacts, but I can't remember exactly.
Oh. Bill said, "What's my magic word?" Biatch.
It's a keyword.
It is a key word, though. What are those artifacts good for? Ed doesn't know. You need to educate.
They
I am
like-
learning. Give me notes.
What type of artifacts are they?
For was it killing the lady of something?
Yeah,
The
I
Lady
need to
of
go back
whom?
to the Lady of Pain.
The Lady of Pain.
Was it Lady Pan? Sorry, I'm getting Baldur's Gate and this mixed up. Names are the same. I'm like, wait, was that Baldur's Gate or was that
These-
Odasses?
To save you some trouble, these artifacts are
Oh.
the only thing that can kill the Lady of Pain. And upon the Lady of Pain's death, Sinborn gods are freed.
Yeah, so
Okay.
not great.
I do have that in my notes.
They're looking for the ring of the nameless given to the
No, they
lady.
have the ring of the
They
nameless.
have
It was
the
up
ring
on
of
the hand.
nameless.
That was it. There's that
Mm.
there's the dagger, and there's the staff.
They have the
right?
staff of the hollow, the ring, and they're looking for another.
In the Underdark.
I think they were like, because the like Sinborn gods or whatever were offering us, like if we join them to like get this.
They were offering you deific power,
Yeah.
untold power if you could retrieve their artifacts and free them.
Yeah, I'm like looking back through my notes. Well, anyway.
The wheel continues to
Okay,
turn.
Yeah.
So, cult contingents all over the world, but for now, you still have a
One
siege
at
to
a
prepare for.
time.
Shit.
One problem at a time, but you just got a glimpse into a second one.
Boy.
Okay. So over the table, just so all of those people are all your past characters, right? Just,
Yes.
Pretty much.
Okay, got it. Okay. I was like, ooh, this feels nostalgic, but I don't know why.
Myth was Josh's character who absconded with what was it called? The arm of it was, I think it's
Right
the
hand of her serenity.
right hand of
Oh.
Serenity. Did we get any background as to that? I know what it is, but does everybody else know what that is?
They should. I mean, Scud would 100% know what it is because he was there when it
Scud-
happened.
Scud knows the arm as
Yeah.
the literal right arm of the Lady of Pain.
Yeah.
Right. I think I remember that.
Pain.
Scud's conflict with the Lady of Pain was what led to the Awakening and the Doomwakers approaching and encroaching on Odasses to begin with, awakening all the monsters. that
Oh,
have
I
been
do have that in my
plaguing the
notes. Yeah.
land.
Right hand of
The
serenity.
ring was on the hand. Myth chopped off his own arm to put the arm on himself at the behest of a Sinborn god when we were in the corrupted realms themselves. The parties were given a choice. Koss and another character from Tyler's Kordax were trapped in the Sinborn realms, and lines were drawn: either ally with the Sinborn gods or die. And we chose to die. Some of us chose to die, and that's the party you're following now. We managed to escape the Sinborn realms at the behest of the bride of Lathander and her brother, the prisoner, and we somehow escaped. But the rest of the party, those others that we were playing, were left behind to serve the Sinborn gods, and they continue to do so. It seems.
Ooh, interesting. So then, like, they already have this like, we're at odds. So,
Parallel team that's
The worst.
been doing something for a whole year.
yeah, it's
Oh,
kind of crazy.
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't have an airship, so.
Oh, cool. I got on the cool party then. The airship.
That one cut me deep.
Civil War.
I think this is the longest
Walking.
time
Oh,
we've
that's-
ever held on to any sort of cool transportation
It's
in a
true.
campaign. Usually it's like,
Oh.
hey, we got a cool thing, and then it immediately explodes.
Oh.
Ashes and burns.
To be fair, though, with the Sinborn party, they have access to the realm of sin, which moves at a slower speed, so they could just walk really fast and then teleport upwards, and they'd be in a fast travel
Yeah,
spot.
but they,
so.
in order to get out, they have to make a sacrifice.
Mhm.
Like someone on the other side has to make a sacrifice.
Oh, it's
No, not with the
sacrifices on
ring.
both sides.
Not
Oh,
with the ring. The ring's once per
shit.
day.
Let me see.
The ring allows
They
free
could-
transport. So
Oh,
they're
wow.
moving at a speed
Right.
unfamiliar to you all.
I think player knowledge was like 8 times slower
Something
than
like that, yeah.
yeah. So like a short
That
rest
sounds
would be a
right.
long rest.
And you guys entered the realm of sin via Nathlond, right? You guys found a cult down there and entered into the realm of sin via a portal somewhere in there.
What?
How was in Vryland?
No, you
Realm
guys
of
went
Sin?
to Nathlond and wasn't it the realm of sin? Or am I
In
thinking?
Nathlon, there was Underdark,
Yeah, we went to the Underdark Nathlond.
and that's where they had the cult of Hadar down there.
Oh, right. We were back in
Yeah.
Hinterwood for that. weren't we?
Hinterwood was when they got pulled in because Myth used the ring when he attuned to when he cut his arm and put the thing on it, automatically activated the ring and everyone got sucked in.
That's right.
Mhm, mhm.
That was
Yep.
I remember that.
Makes sense.
I didn't expect him to do that right away, but whatever.
I don't expect a lot of things from my players.
Yeah.
Anymore.
When you
I'm
have
just,
your-
I'm just
was
along
ha-
for the ride.
I was half hoping Scroob had the arm now and was the BBEG.
Can you imagine?
Dude.
Scroob kills the Lady of Pain.
You and I have to have a conversation, by the way, Daniel, but expect that tomorrow.
All right.
In the meantime, gents,
That's
thank you for
fun.
playing. I hope you had fun.
Yes, thank you for,
Yeah.
There's more to
for
come.
the run.
Cool,
Yes,
cool.
sir.
I'll
Thank you,
talk to
Matt.
you guys later. Have a good night. everyone.
Lore. Good night.
All right.
All the lore.
Take it easy,
Good
boys.
night, you guys.
All the
Thanks,
lore.
everyone. Thanks for DMing, Matt.
Yes.
Always.
Yep.
Beautiful work. Thank you so
Yep.
much.
Well done, sir.